Test, test.
Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Availability of Commissioner Bynum. Before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so the public that is observing knows who's speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may indicate their intent to provide comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building. When public comments are allowed during an agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will call this meeting of the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee for August 3rd, 2026 to order. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Haley,
Present.
Stites,
Here.
Pacheco,
Here.
Burns,
Here.
Howard,
Present.
Davis,
Here.
Bynum. We have an absence memo.
Thank you so much, Clerk. We do have a quorum. First order of business is the approval from our January 1st, 2026 meeting. Are there any comments or is there a motion?
Move for approval. Our second.
Okay, there was a move for approval by Commissioner Burns and a second by Commissioner Howard. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 6-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Our first order of business is the Midtown resolution that was passed from the previous meeting from June 29th. Because this item was sent back, I did speak with Commissioner Bynum about how this item would be handled. There will not be public comment or presentation. We do have some updates for staff for consideration from the committee, and so we will move forward from there and carry forward with the rest of the evening. I will hand it off to Interim County Administrator Alan Howes for presentation.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. So to kind of come back and give you an update on this item, as the chair said, this was sent back by the mayor to the standing committee, and a couple of actions have happened since then. The mayor convened a meeting with myself and Wyandotte and the Midtown Development Group to look at kind of all the different pieces that around this project. There had been change in leadership with the county administration and economic development. And so trying to see if there was a way to kind of take the temperature down around this and look at it perhaps in a different light. So we had I think a productive meeting in that conversation. That was on Friday, July the 10th. And what emerged from that as a possibility was to conduct a financial feasibility analysis that would look at the project as it was proposed and to see if there were, what the numbers looked like with a independent third party sort of look and verification of that. It was agreed that that would be paid for by the developer. And so we worked to identify a firm, worked with Wyandotte and looked at what we had on call, on our on-call list, identified PGAV as a firm that has done this. They've done Starbond analysis, feasibility for the state. They do this kind of analysis on a routine basis and are well qualified to do it. Later that week, we had an initial call with PGAV, and from them, we got a scope. We reviewed that scope. We shared that scope the beginning of last week on Tuesday with the Midtown team, and got their responses back late on Friday from them. I think, I guess where it stands right now is that we have this sort of draft scope of feasibility. If we could come to terms on kind of what was included and not included in that feasibility study, that could go forward and again, paid for by the developer. And it would be, so that's kind of, I guess, where we're at, and whether the committee wants to provide an extension of this item out to September 28th in order to allow for that feasibility study to take place. Again, if we can kind of come to terms on the feasibility study scope, then it would come back to you all at that meeting. Your other option, of course, as the committee, is that if you would choose to elect to send this back forward to the full commission, that would also be an option that's available to you. So, Chair, that's where we stand today.
Thank you so much. Committee, are there questions regarding this particular item? Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1, Alan, what changed with this project? Because I remember the last time we were voting on this, I asked about sending it back so we could have a further conversation, and there was nowhere it could be sent, right? So today we sit here with this project before us. What changed?
I would say that what changed is, the mayor initiated the kind of the meeting of the minds, if you will. And I think her goal was to make sure there was a full opportunity for the developer to bring forward their project and the ideas behind it and around it, and to see whether there was in fact a potential path through the thicket, so to speak. And so again, out of that came this idea of a feasibility study, which the developer had brought forward previously, and Wyandotte had also identified as a potentially useful tool. It had not been conducted, and it's not something we've routinely done in the past. So that was kind of the, I'd say the where we landed was, if we can do a feasibility study, that would bring back additional information to this body as to whether how the numbers lined up. And it's trying to get it out of a he said kind of thing where, this is what the numbers say on this side, and this is what the numbers say on this side, and see whether an independent third party could bring some additional clarity to the conversation. I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Are there other questions? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. Alan, so at this point, do we have a commitment from the development team to pay the full cost of the feasibility study?
That is our position, that they will pay the full cost of the feasibility study.
Position, is that something that's like contractually an obligation, or how do we enforce that, I guess?
We would get the payment up front for the feasibility study. It's around $40,000 is what we got quoted by PGAV. That could sort of change around the margins, but that's kind of that's the ballpark where we landed on that. So if the developer, again, was willing to pay for that study, we get engaged on that. And again, we land on the agreed upon scope, so that we don't end up kind of in the same situation in 6 weeks where we thought we were going to look at this and we thought we were going to look at this. So we all agree on what we would be looking at, and then it would go forward, do the feasibility analysis, and then come back.
Do we have a timeline in which we would expect payment to get the feasibility study going? Have we discussed that yet with the team, either team?
No, other than the payment would need to happen prior to PGAV commencing their work.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alan, are you aware, or have you been told what the preferences of the developer?
In terms of
Do they want a feasibility study to get done, or do they want to go back to the full commission with it right now?
their preference is a feasibility study.
I just hope we're not kicking the can down the road again. That piece of property needs to be developed in the very near future.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Stites?
Stites, District 7. Alan, this is would be directed to you. I'm guessing that this third-party independent feasibility study is a mutually agreed upon, right? That way it's in all fairness, from the UG and from the developer, that's a firm that we all agree on would give us the most accurate numbers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the firm itself, I think there's agreement between the two parties that the firm is a reputable firm that can do this kind of analysis. We still have to work on some of the details, I'd say, around the scope and what's, in and what's out. So that would be the part that remains we'd have to come to common terms on that. And then they would have to pay for it and move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Howard District 1, had we already done a feasibility study the first go round?
No, one's not been done.
Why?
I can't answer that.
Did you answer to it?
Could I answer as to why
Yeah.
why the feasibility study? I don't know. I will say for other projects, is it common for us to do feasibility studies? Do we do it for Homefield, American Royal, Rock Island Bridge project? What's the precedent?
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. So those are usually done after the development agreement is reached and executed, and it's time to do the bonds. So it's not usually done this early, and we don't do it for every single development agreement that we enter into. And also, it depends on the type of development agreement. As Alan had said, we still haven't agreed on the scope of the feasibility study. So that part still needs to be narrowed down. But for the feasibility study, like if it is a star bond project, the state would also be doing one at a later time. So this would be a very preliminary feasibility study. And again, they're usually done later when it's time to do the bonds because it's required of the underwriter. So it's not typically done this early when we don't even have a development agreement.
Hey, Commissioner Howard, does that help with your? Okay, did you have other questions, Commissioner Howard? Okay. Commissioner Burns, I believe I saw you, then Commissioner Pacheco.
Yeah, I'm curious, would the study be for the initial amount that they were going to develop or for the $1.1 billion?
I think that's still to be determined for us to be able to narrow down the scope. And Alan, you might be able
I
to.
think it's the project as it's been brought forward, the current project, and it'll be looking at the current project and the financial kind of underpinnings of it, if you will, and the financing structure of it.
Thank you. September 28th, it's about a little less than 2 months. Oh, well, I won't. I'll hold my question. Commissioner Stites.
Sorry about that. Stites District 7. So was the answer to Commissioner Burns's question, Alan, and I was that for the whole scope of the project? Is that what you said? The whole thing?
Yes. And I think that's part of it because the folks who have been on the staff side involved in this have changed out. So my understanding is that the project has evolved significantly in terms of scope and size from introduction to today. And so it's really looking at, today, the project that's in front and the financing structure of that project as it's.
Okay, I
conceived.
kind of wish that we would have had the details of the scope, right, an agreement between the developer and us on the scope of work to make sure that, everybody's, because whatever is decided tonight, we still has to be, is everybody okay? I just wish that we would have had that up front, but that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. Has there been any movement or any change in the terms that we discussed at the last meeting regarding, the price of the land, the phased payments, things like that, or are we still at a similar position?
I would say there's really been, and that's not really been the focus of the conversation subsequent to the meeting with the mayor. It's really been around, this is the path we're going down with the feasibility analysis. Let's scope that out, identify the firm, go down that path. So it's not been back to let's negotiate on some of the deal terms.
My concern is just similar to what Wendy already alluded to, is that sometimes this is kind of early on in the process to do some sort of a feasibility study like this without a development agreement. And it's like we're still kind of stuck at an actual agreement, right? So it's hard for me to conceive, hey, let's do a feasibility study and then come to an agreement, where that's kind of reverse to what we normally do. The other aspect would be, I have a little bit of reservation when it comes to the scope, similar to what Commissioner Stites was talking about. One of my concerns the last two meetings was, well, if not for these star bonds, then what has been pitched, at least, the pictures on the screen and things like that, become significantly different. And that was admittedly, that was said by the development team. I asked that question. I said, so without star bonds, there'd have to be some things that are left out. And that's something that was said by the development team in public. So that was part of my reservations the last go around. I fear we get to a point in which, whether through a feasibility study or through some new presentation of, I hate to use the word pared down, it may not be pared down. That'd be premature for me to say, but a different type of development plan than what was initially pitched. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, it's good to have something there at Indian Springs, but it's not really what was being sold to us. So no real questions with that, but I just think, it's very important for us as a community to understand that aspect. We've kind of already been down this road, and now all of a sudden, with or without star bonds, once again, we're going to figure out whether or not, what would we get with star bonds and without. Well, we kind of already had that presentation essentially previously. And now we're asked to do some new feasibility study in a point in the process in which we wouldn't normally do it. It's just some of the aspects of it just don't line up to me. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. And again, I had spoken with Commissioner Bynum prior to agreeing to chair for this meeting, and said she had agreed, and what she actually had preferred that this item just be up for discussion and a vote for the committee, and no additional outside presentation or public comment. Just wanted to reiterate that. Okay, so there are options that we have available for this particular item. I do want, ma'am, there's no public comment for this particular item. There's no public comment for this item. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's no public comment for this item, as I stated before. Thank you. So committee, we do have these options that are available to us. Thank you so much, ma'am. One is we can table. I do have a question about this procedurally. Usually it's about a 30-day window, or at least I'm thinking land bank, of when we are able to table stuff. So how would this work if there was a table to September 28th?
It would just be to the next available standing committee meeting is all that could be done per our rules. So so it would not be able to be, if that was the next available standing committee meeting, then that's fine. That's all we could do, would be to the September 28th meeting. But if there is one before that, then we would have to be to that meeting. We couldn't go beyond our rules.
So August 31st is our next meeting, which means we would basically be in the same situation again
Correct.
on August 31st. And then in August 31st, there would then have to be another action that took place to get it to September 28th. Am I reading that correctly?
Correct. Yeah, because standing committee, and I will double check right now, but when you're holding an item over, it's generally for 30 days. Like you said, when we're doing the neighborhood community development meeting, standing committee meeting, that's another standing committee meeting, and it's for a period of 30 days. So the hope might have been for September 28th, but by our own rules, we can only do it for 30 days, which would be the next available standing committee meeting.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Ms. House, did you have?
Go ahead. And I will double check that. Well,
Sure.
So I think, Carlos, that procedurally, certainly by August 31st, we would know whether we have an agreed upon scope, whether the feasibility study has been paid for, and whether it is in motion. And if we're at that point on August 31st and those things were not in alignment, then we're clearly not going to make a September 28th deadline. And I think then would again be clear to the body in terms of what you want to do as next steps. So that's 4 weeks from today. And if we were going to land on a scope, that will happen within the next 7 to 10 days at the latest.
Understood. So there's that option, and I just, again, getting clarity on options. There's one option, which would be, as of right now today, tabled to the August 31st meeting. The other option would be to do nothing with this motion. There's always that option. The last option would be, because this is for termination as the committee had voted on, that option would be to send this back to full commission for consideration. And later on this month, there would be, again, at the full commission level, there's still an option to hold. There's still an option to, all of the same options for the committee are still available at the full commission level. But I just want everybody to have a idea of what our options are. This is the third time we are considering this, and so I do want folks to understand that as well. Is there a motion or additional comments for this item? Yes, Commissioner Howard?
I motion that we do send it forward to the commissions.
Your motion is to, I just want to get, you said send forward to the commission?
Yes, for a full review of it.
To send this forward to the full commission for full review. Okay, there is a motion that this go forward to the full commission for review. So the recommendation that the mayor had sent back. Is there a second for that motion to send to full commission for consideration?
Question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hold that motion, Commissioner Howard, but yes.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been listening with great interest as this has transpired over the course of the last week. I was apologetic that I missed last meeting because certainly I think the motion that did not prevail, that died for lack of second, last time offered by Commissioner Howard, certainly would have enjoyed my second. I am less certain as to the one that he's offering today, as to the impact it would have. And I appreciate the representation by County Administrator Howes and also council. What my hope is, and maybe someone can help clarify so that I might be doing the right thing by what I feel we should be doing, is we have an understanding, if I understand correctly, from the parties having sat down. I think Mr. Howes suggested that that was with the mayor, and I would make the assumption that the developer was there, a representative as well, and that even if there is a change in what is the particular scope of this project, that all parties seem to agree that a feasibility study, if conducted and presented on or before the 28th of September were presented, that would be the time that they were requesting for this particular project. Am I clear so far? Am I missing something?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. House. So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if there's a backup deal out here for Indian Spring. Only certain parties are privy to that. I'm not aware of that. I am aware that there has been considerable effort put into this particular project called Midtown Station over the course of some time. I'll say this, I am very anxious to see something positive and as immediate as possible be done with a property that is sat dormant, that is key property, and that I know a lot of energy has gone into. I can't wait to see something feasible come of it. And whatever, ongoing deals or other understandings that this one commissioner, again, I'm BPU's rep on this deal. I don't know. Each of you here, and Stites, who's in absentia, but very much here, Commissioner Bynum, you all know what's really happening with the commission level. I'm kind of an outsider. But what I want to do in either seconding Commissioner Howard's motion, which I better understood for the last meeting where I wasn't, but I don't clearly understand right now, would be to have in place the time for the current plan that's been rehashed and gone over, to give it an opportunity to be fully vetted as whether it's something it can be moved forward with all deliberate speed. So thank you. If someone could help me clear that up so that I somewhat understand if doing that by seconding and supporting Commissioner Howard's motion, or if one of the other two options that you had offered, Mr. Chair, would be more in line with what Haley would want to see happen, I sure would appreciate it.
Yeah. I think let's get some context of what we are discussing. The committee recommended on June 29th a resolution for termination to the full commission. That was voted on 4-1. And please correct me, council, if I'm incorrect here. Mayor Watson has chosen to send that termination resolution that was voted out of this body or out of this committee back to this committee for consideration. So what I'm trying to get, and I appreciate the clarity you're asking for, BPU member Haley, is Commissioner Howard, your motion to send to full commission is the termination resolution, or what specifically are you wanting to move forward to full commission?
Thank you for that. Howard District 1. In the motion that I just posed, there was an option for us to send it to the full commissions, correct?
Yes, but the only option going to the full commission at this point would be the resolution that terminated the RFP.
Got it.
Yes.
So this would be us going back, doing the feasibility study, and then after we do the feasibility study, then we'll determine if we'll go into negotiations or not.
Correct. So if you want to give a chance for the feasibility study, then the better motion would be to set this over to the next standing committee meeting.
So let me rescind the motion.
Okay, that's well, I was just trying to make sure there's an understanding
Yeah,
here before we move forward.
Get some understanding. So rescind the motion. And before I give the motion, just to follow up what you said, the reason why I am in favor of going to the feasibility study is because what I heard in the beginning, House, you said a few things. You said there's been a change of leadership. There's new eyes, new personnel. So it seems like we could come back to the table and try to figure out if we could make this thing happen. That's what I heard in all of that, because we wouldn't be here now if we thought the decision that was made then was the best decision. There were some errors in there. I know it to be true. I'm not asking you to answer yes or no. I know it to be true. So when I'm voting yes on this, I know there are some errors in the process of how we got here in the first place. And had we done what we're doing currently, we wouldn't be back here. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that within this motion that we all have an understanding that we're here again. And the last time we made this vote, I asked, is there something or a resolution that we could come up with before we voted down? And there was no resolution. There was no conversation about it. There was nothing that we could do. I get it. So now here we are again saying that we should do a feasibility study, which we should have done a feasibility study in the beginning, but because that's not best practices, we're not doing that and we're making an exception for it. I, my friends, don't want to continue to kick the can as we've done how long now? Too long. So what I'm saying is that my vote is to now let new leadership, new eyes, new insight come in, figure this thing out. I'm just excited, as excited and supportive of the Midtown Station project as you are, Haley, BPU member Haley. So with that being said, I'm not sure where this goes from here, but I'm tired of the back and forth myself, and I usually don't say too much because when I say something, that means I have something to say and it needs to be said. So I'm tired of going back and forth about this Indian Springs project, about if Midtown should be the project or if another project should be the project. I like the Midtown project. I think that it should be a project that we invest in, but Midtown has to invest as well. So as I sit here today, I'll make a motion, but I wanted to be clear about why I'm voting the way I'm voting.
Thank you. Okay, so your motion, you're holding your motion. Okay. All right, Commissioner Burns.
This is for legal. I know in the past, there was, your office wasn't getting in a timely fashion some documentation from the developer. Have they met all the requirements to date that you've asked for?
There currently isn't any outstanding documentation that we've asked for that they have not provided. It's just that we have not agreed to terms, that we have not been able to come to an agreement on the terms.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Stites, then Commissioner Pacheco.
Stites District 7. And I appreciate exactly what Commissioner Howard was saying there. But then to piggyback on what Commissioner Pacheco was saying, I'm not opposed to the feasibility study when the timing is right. But I don't know that it does us any good to say yes on a feasibility study when we haven't got the points of the deal ironed out, right? So it just seems that we need those things in place prior to the feasibility study. I don't know that the feasibility study is going to, and I'm just saying, for me, I don't know that it moves on the points that we had brought up the last meeting. And again, I'm not opposed to the feasibility, but I think that we need the, if you will, the points of the deal to be agreed on before we move on to the feasibility study. That's what I've got there.
Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair Pacheco, District 5. Commissioner Stites kind of stole my thunder there. I mean, I just to echo once again, and I made it in my initial comments, it's very difficult for me to sign off on a feasibility study when we don't have anything agreed upon yet. We spent a long time to get to some, what I would call quote unquote, some final negotiations by the last meeting. And several of the factors that our side presented to the development team were not met, whether it be a price of the land, whether it be how we were going to get paid back in phases, different parts of the deal, so to speak. And so now it's like, okay, if we do a feasibility studies, to me, it's almost, it's like you're not doing a feasibility study on something that you know. You're doing it, if we do it, what are we doing it on? Are we doing it on what was proposed previously, or is it going to be, have to be a pared down thing that isn't initially what was sold to us as commissioners and the public? You know, whether it been the Energy Expo or different parts, right? You know, whatever, any part of the project, what is it that's actually going to be able to be actionable, that it could actually be built? I need to know that before we say a feasibility study, because I don't know exactly what the project is, and I don't know that that's anybody's fault necessarily. But we would need to know what that is before we can move forward on the feasibility study. I don't even know on what. Makes it very difficult for me to sign off on that. And I echo exactly what Commissioner Howard and Haley have said. I would love for something wonderful to be at that spot. It needs to be. And I don't care if it's the current development team or anybody else who delivers it. This idea that there's some sort of a, you know, negative, at least from my end, towards this particular development team or anybody else is completely untrue. To me, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. That's all it needs to be for me. We had those discussions previously. In my personal opinion, I didn't feel like it made the sense it needed to for Wyandotte County. That's what I based my vote on last meeting. I'm not opposed to giving even this developer another opportunity, but this particular question tonight, all that matters is this feasibility study idea. And if we don't even know what exactly we're going to be basing it off of, then it seems to be an irresponsible vote either way, in my opinion. So those are my comments for now.
Thank you. I do want to add a couple of things here. And I know there's some folks I'm going to want to get to you, but for me, because this committee voted through a resolution for termination, in my eyes, the ball is on the Midtown Station teams. Like the ball's in their court to come back with something that's a little bit more compelling, that's a little bit more like, hey, we're bringing more to the table. For it to be a month later and for the narrative to be basically we're still talking, but come back and spend more time on this is deeply, deeply concerning for me. The fact that the developer has not agreed to pay for the feasibility study is very, very, very concerning to me. And the fact that we don't have any of this in writing where there is an agreement to pay for the feasibility study and an agreement on the scope of the feasibility study is very, very concerning to me. I want Indian Springs, I want that site to thrive. What I don't want is to spend another year going nowhere. And we're almost at 2 years since this RFP has been released, and we can't agree upon the components for incentives, the price of the land, things of that nature, to even get to a development agreement to vote on. And so that's where I have a lot of concern, just because the committee did the hard work on June 29th to say, here's where we think we should go. And I don't feel like the UG is getting a good deal. I don't feel like our community is getting a good deal here. Just because, and again, for the gallery, for folks here, please be respectful. just because we did not have the agreed upon details that's needed. Commissioner Howard, and then BPU member Haley. Yep, I see you.
Howard, District 1, the last part, well, I just want to name off 3 businesses. We talked about irresponsible votes, and I just want to throw one out there. The Chiefs, we didn't have all the information on that one, and we made a hell of an irresponsible vote on that one. And so I appreciate you for bringing up where we make errors. And so at least with this project, I feel like it's more of an investment in the people who actually, you know, blood, sweat, and tears here in this community support these type of projects. But Rock Island Bridge, American Royal, and I think about how long those projects took, where the energy was much different as I watched before I was an elected official, and now as an elected official, the energy towards those projects and them not having what they needed, and we continue to support them even at our own cost. I just can't help, but as I just wanted to add to Midtown Station of other groups that we've showed a lot of grace to and been very willing to vote aye on it. And some were willing to vote no on it. And I appreciate you all for standing in that. But as we talk about it being hard to make a decision on this, we take years to make decisions on projects. And so what's one more? Especially if it's benefiting the community in the northeastern area, District 1, where it's underrepresented, and oftentimes projects like this get shot down because we may not have everything that we need, but we sure can make room for American Royal, Rock Island Bridge, and Chiefs, and be there for the celebration of it. So,
Okay. BPU member Haley.
Well, thank you. I guess it was said earlier, someone's thunder had been stolen. I think Commissioner Howard just stole some of mine. Mr. Chair, I don't quite understand this. I've been involved politically in this county for quite some time. I don't understand the politics of this. I mean, the various striations and the lines when we have a development team, some of whom are of us or Wyandotte County based, who want to, in a unique way, bring about some key development in an area who have not been given. And I have watched a lot of deals come together over the course of many decades. And this one in particular with Midtown has been heavily vetted, and more so than many others, as I'm saying, Commissioner Howard alluded to just a moment ago. I don't get the politics of this. I don't understand if there's another deal that's lurking in the wings that's going to bring about some key development. If somebody wants the property and others are wanting to commit that to them, maybe I'd begin to understand it. That has not been, at least to my knowledge. Again, I'm on the outside. I'm over at the BPU and elsewhere. I'm not on your commission, Mr. Chair. If someone is willing and they've sat down, the parties have, the city, the developer, I think the developer's here. The developer's here. He hasn't been even allowed to speak to this particular measure. I mean, you're not hearing from the public. I realize in that regard, and that's your prerogative, Mr. Chair. I think that if there's a party who could bring some better understanding, and certainly the developer who is here would be that, the city's made representation. If someone's willing to commit for less than 2 months, $40,000 for the study, and I thought you said you heard, Mr. Chair, that there was not that commitment. I think Mr. Howell said that there was that commitment for that expenditure toward the feasibility study. I still, again, not hearing from all parties. I don't know where we are with that. But if in fact that is what they're willing to do, the developer, for a plan that is going to enhance a key part, the epicenter, if you ask David Haley, of our county in terms of development, and all parties are prepared to move forward, and it's less than 2 months, and there's no other deal lurking in the wings that you all might know about, but I don't know about, this seems to be I don't know. Again, I don't understand the politics of it. I do hope that this commission will be gracious enough to take the city's presentation. I would think that's the developer's presentation as well, and give that opportunity for us to move forward, for them to move, for all parties to move forward with this.
Thank you. Before we, hold on. Okay. Welcome, Mayor Watts. Can we get her a microphone? Thank you. So I just want to make sure we are all under kind of the same understanding here. There was not a motion that has been made. Okay, that was the most important thing, was that, okay, so right now, there's been no motion that's been made. We're still having discussions about the particular item. Okay, I do see Commissioner Stites has his hand up. Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7. Excuse me. Well, as I have continued to hear that if there's another deal on this property, I will tell you, I don't know of another deal. I would like for us to be able to see I guess how I'm looking at this. Again, I will say I'm not opposed to the feasibility study, but if there are points of the deal that are fundamentally right now blocking us, and I totally agree with Commissioner Pacheco there. I don't know what it is that they would be doing the feasibility study on, because we haven't had there were a couple things and I know there's been changes in staff. Is there an opportunity prior to this feasibility study to give this till the end of the month, which is our next meeting, that I guess those negotiations, and I know that according to Mr. Howes, that has not been the focus right now because it was the feasibility study. But if there are a couple points that we seem to be hung up on, can we get those ironed out? And then we know exactly what the feasibility study is going to be performed on. That's all I'm saying. That's what it, I just don't understand what we would be, what the scope of the feasibility study doesn't make a lot of sense when we don't know what the project is. That's all I'm trying to say. I want to see something happen. I said it before, that piece of ground does no one any good to set vacant. It's set vacant way too long. So let's get there. Let's get the few points of the deal ironed out, and then, hey, move on with the feasibility study and move this project forward. So I just think that we need to know what the project is before we say yes to a feasibility study. That's my opinion.
Gotcha. I do see Mayor Watson here, and I know, Mayor, you've been involved in those conversations, so I wanted to give you the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. And I appreciate everyone here, and the development group is here. So the purpose of the feasibility study was to, if I'm, and I'll have my chief advisor correct me, and Alan correct me, anybody else legal who was in a separate meeting, to kind of iron out some of these things about this project. But the purpose of this feasibility study was if there was going to be a change in scope of reviewing the scope of the project, and it was under the recommendation of the developer that a feasibility study could be done, then we allowed them that opportunity to do that, and that my understanding was that would be paid by the developer. So I'm hearing now that the developer doesn't want to pay that. No?
No, hold on.
Hold on.
Mr. House, can you clarify the conversation that you had with the Midtown Station team?
I have a question real quick before we go there.
Wait, hold on. But before you get there, Commissioner Howard, Mr. House, can you clarify this
A
point?
question real quick.
Commissioner Howard. Commissioner Howard, just let me,
A question real.
I know,
quick.
I just want to get this
I
answered,
understand, Chair.
and then I will go ahead
Because
and
I've been
have.
waiting for a while to ask this question.
I'm gonna get you, I promise I'm gonna get you. I just want Interim County Administrator House to answer this, and then yes, we would get there. Yes, we will. I promise you. Please.
So in the conversation with the developer, both via written and then a conversation we had today, made clear that the feasibility study would be paid for by the developer. They had initially come back from and said, well, what could we split it, phase one, phase two kind of thing? We said no, that it's going to be the cost of the developer. The feasibility study is going to be borne by the developer. That's kind of period, end of sentence. I think just to kind of round out on the feasibility analysis, part of the conversation has been around the use of star bonds and whether that was a key component to the financing structure of this project. And this feasibility study would not be a sort of full-blown star bond analysis, but would look at, and this is a company that has done star bond analysis for the state of Kansas, to see whether the projections around the type of project and the visitation, all that kind of stuff would meet kind of be in the ballpark, if you will, of star bonds. And that's sort of where we're in this kind of sequencing thing where if we can't give you all accurate information about whether in fact that tool is even a possibility, then it becomes hard we can't give you that information. And so this sort of deal point and then financing structure are both in motion at the same time in a sense. And so we were trying to, with the feasibility analysis that the developer had asked for, apparently a while back, and was a way to see if there was a path forward where that deal structure and the financing structure for the deal as proposed was in fact viable, or not.
I guess I just want to get clarity here because there's kind of mixed. So did the Midtown Station team agree? And really in writing, do we have something in writing that says the Midtown Station team is agreeing to pay for the feasibility study?
Yes, and they said, their response back to us, this was Friday evening, was we'd suggest a two-phased approach where they would pay for the first phase and the UG paid for the second phase, and responded back today saying, no, the UG is not going to pay for the feasibility study.
Okay, so if the UG is not paying for the second phase, do we know who's paying for the second phase of the feasibility study?
That would be the state of Kansas. If it got to the point where you're actually doing a formal star bond application in the state of Kansas, as I understand it, would be the ones who were doing the feasibility analysis, the star bond phase two analysis.
Gotcha. Okay. Commissioner Howard, I do want to get to you. Mayor, I know that you had the floor. You were asking Interim County Administrator House a question. Was there anything else you wanted to add? If not, I will jump to Commissioner Howard.
No, let Commissioner Howard ask his question, please.
Okay, Commissioner Howard, thank you.
Howard, District 1. Question for legal. And I know we said there would be no public comment, but as far as our developers being able to speak to this project, is not having a developer speak on a project of this magnitude and us having to make a vote again without listening to the developer, where is that in our charter? Is that something that goes against our charter, allowing our developer to speak, or no public comment?
So the Kansas Open Meeting Act is completely silent on public comment, on allowing anybody to speak but any of the commissioners. And the chair of the standing committee runs the meeting. So if Commissioner Bynum had already had a discussion with Commissioner Davis, how she wanted this item to go, and if Commissioner Davis set out before the item began how it was going to go, then as the chair, then that's how the item can go.
Great, so I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that it's nothing about our charter, is at the discretion of our chair.
And that part is in our ordinances,
Got it.
that the chairs run the standing committee meetings,
We're
correct?
choosing to exercise that in this moment.
Because there's nothing that says that anybody else has to speak other than the commissioners.
I just want it to be on record to the people who aren't able to speak. I want them to understand why they're not able to speak. It's because it's in the charter that is at the chair's discretion that you all not speak. The current chair.
But this is a continuation.
Thank you.
Of a, yes.
Again, continuation, start of today. The reason why there is no public comment, I want to make sure I'm clear again. This is not to point fingers at any one person. This is procedure, policy, and protocol that you all are not able to speak. Developers are not able to speak on this project currently because in the charter it states that at the chair's discretion, whether you speak or don't speak. That's all. I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you. Before I get to you, BPU member Haley, and I will get to you. I do want to add just some clarity here. This item, and please correct me, counsel, if I'm wrong, was heard June 1st.
Correct.
We had both,
time.
it was the first time this item was heard. We had the resolution for termination. We had the resolution for continuing the conversation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, the developer was able to present their presentation, and public comment took place during that time.
That is correct.
Okay, and so that item was then continued to June 29th, where a decision was made and a recommendation to full commission was made. The mayor had sent it back, and now we are here on August 3rd. It's the same item
Correct.
as June 1st. That's the reason why. I did speak with Commissioner Bynum. This was not even something I brought up. It was something that she had said she wanted to do, but this is precedent. This isn't the first time it's happened before. We had the conversation on the HR policy. Something very, very similar had taken place, and it's just wanting to continue the item and get down to the business. I do see BPU member Haley. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems that since the original meeting that there has been previous discussion in terms of the four corners of the what the plan would be. There has been some discussion as to financing and who would assume which part of looking at what the word feasibility is, how feasible it would be to be done, which has brought us to this point again for a discussion of an hour as to whether or not, in the big picture, a plan that has been developed should move forward. I won't weigh in on the public's being able to speak at any meeting. I've been surprised by changes in public participation. And on the BPU, I should share with Mr. Chair and those, I was the key person, the one member of the board that ensured that we could have public comment at every BPU meeting, because I, for one, have always welcomed having that insight, and whether it's a standing committee or a full committee, we should take that into account, what the public has to say. There are steps that can be taken, limit the time, 1 minute or what have you, but you could still have that participation. I do not understand now, Mr. Chair, having another key component to this discussion, which after an hour has not been decided, that being someone who represents Midtown Station, the developer or someone else, to help clarify it, to help it be clear in all of our minds what the expectations would be, what the key points of the plan that's being discussed might look like. If you want assurances that it fits within the existing plan that has been already vetted and gone forward and sent back, or if there are other components, what the financing would be for the feasibility, any of that. If there were a time limit put on a quote public comment, which isn't really a public comment because this is the key component, that being the developer, why wouldn't you hear from them? If it could bring some clarity to it. If in fact that party's here, who is a legitimate representative, which looking out, I think we do have a legitimate representative, would not be able to say, to add to this discussion that legal and Mr. House have said. Why wouldn't you want to hear from, not saying that's the public, but why would that be? Can you help me understand that? Put a time frame on it.
Yeah, here's, if, and we can just do a straw vote. BP, were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you didn't, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not, again, this is not, we did this the last time we met. That's the only reason why I'm saying it. And we do have other business and other things that we need to get to. If there are particular questions that you all have for a developer, absolutely. If you all want to ask him, or Mr. Murray, if you want to answer these questions, what I'm trying to get at is this. The opportunity for public comment was provided on June 1st. And so the idea that somehow, some way folks' voices are being stifled is just not it. BPU member Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But what happened June 1st, which are the concerns that are being raised, I think, by at least Commissioner Pacheco and Commissioner Stites, may have shifted quite a bit. They are wanting to know what has changed since that time, and no one's been able to say what bullet points might be different from when the previous was at June 1st, whenever that meeting was, that might bring concerns to commissioners and others with that, and what will be discussed in terms of feasibility plan. That's what I'm thinking. Is it's not the same plan. It could potentially not be the same plan.
Sure. Then what it is. Okay. Before we get to that, Mr. Murray, thank you so much. If there are questions, particularly for you or for your team, definitely for the committee, you all go ahead and ask them. I do see Commissioner Stites there. Commissioner Stites, want to hand it off to you, and then folks for the committee, if you all have questions for Mr. Murray's team, please do ask them. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. Senator Haley, spot on. That's what I'm getting at. I think we're premature on the feasibility study, but somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But it doesn't sound like there has been any shift. If staff can correct me, if there has been movement towards what we had spoke about in previous meetings to get to where we said we wanted to be, then I totally agree. But I just don't understand how, again, if there hasn't been a shift, I think the feasibility study, then not knowing, I don't think you can do an accurate feasibility study if you don't know if the project shifts. That's all I'm saying. So you're exactly right. But that's why I was even thinking here, is there an opportunity for this to go to our next meeting? Give it till, I don't know what you all said, it was August the 28th, to see if those deal points could be or have been, because I don't think that they have been, at least I haven't heard it, we go, okay, yep, we agree on this, and this, let's do the feasibility study now. Now, again, I'm not opposed to it. I just think that the points of the deal have to be crystal clear before we do that. And if there has been things that have shifted, I would sure like to hear it, because I haven't heard it yet. So I appreciate that comment, Senator. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites. Mayor Watson, please.
So again, the purpose of the feasibility study was to look at the financial model, whichever that model is. If you change the scope to something that was more feasible to do, that was the purpose of it. In understanding that the developer would pay for that feasibility study, my assumption was that would be done. And the purpose of this was to send this back, to push it back, because that study would not be back yet, for them to come back to the table. if the developer is not paying for the study, then I don't know why we're sending it, pushing it back. But if we don't allow the developer to speak, then we don't know what their intent is, okay? Now, I'm aware that this, however they were gonna pay for it was over the weekend. Here we are Monday, and we need an explanation if they're not going to pay, if they responded in writing that they're not going to,
Okay.
okay?
Mr. Murray, can you, Mayor, were you done with your comments?
I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Murray, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Sure, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Commissioners, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to address that question. First off, we are more than happy to pay for the study. Just like prior to this, we were more than happy to pay the $30,000 kind of upfront get in the game money. You did ask the question earlier of, are there any outstanding documentation to legal counsel Wendy Green? We did submit the funding agreement to the UG, partially executed by us. We gave the UG a $30,000 check. We got back a handwritten receipt from Council Green. We have not received a fully executed copy of that document, so we are ready to receive that. As interim county administrator Howes advised, we are more than willing to pay for the study as we committed in the meeting with you, Mayor, Mr. Nguyen, and Mr. Howes, and Mr. Kendall, who I note is not here, but Mr. Kendall should be here because he's the last man standing from when all of this was concocted. And so for us to do this without him here, I think is a little bit of a disservice. But the reality is we're happy to pay for it. As Administrator Howes noted, what Jonathan Arnold, my business partner, noted back in his comment was not that the developer didn't want to pay. It's that the overall study proposed by PGAV did not only the feasibility portion, but started to wander into the portion that Commerce does. And so we said, why don't we bifurcate that? We'll cover the first phase. And then the second phase, as you heard, ends up oftentimes covered by Commerce anyway. To Commissioner Pacheco's point, we're not trying to get out of order on this. The reality is that there are three components to this deal. The first is the land purchase price. Not to rehash the whole thing, but the first thing is we were told the land would be free. We then referenced Scavuzzo's for 1.1 million. Former Administrator Johnston handed us a appraisal that said 6.2 million. We did agree to pay 5.97 million for that ground. So we're right there within what we think is striking distance. We did break that into 5 phased payments. La Sala at the last meeting said that that was substandard, but I have a copy of the Scavuzzo's agreement. Scavuzzo's was broken into 4 phases and it paid $1 for the first phase. So I think that that was a misrepresentation at that time. We are here, we are ready, we want to move forward with the project. I want to just make sure you guys understand.
Mr. Murray,
Here's the status.
thank you so much. I want to make.
Commissioner, may I finish, please? Can I have the respect of finishing my statement?
I understand. I want to make sure that Mayor Watson got the answer that she was looking for, because I think the question was whether or not you were willing to pay for the study, and the answer, I heard it loud and clear, we all heard it loud and clear, was yes. Mayor Watson, were there other comments or other questions that you had for Mr. Murray?
I don't think I have any other questions. I do feel like though that the standing committee, and I don't have any authority over how the standing committees are run. So I need that to make that perfectly clear. Whatever the agreement was that the developer come back with, or what you all requested, should come to a decision. I will say that. I mean, we can rehash this because we have had this conversation about where we are. The only concern that I have is, are we doing the feasibility study? If we are, and you all are paying for that, then there was a motion or there was an option that this come back to the standing committee on the 28th. The standing committee has the right to vote that in or not. And the other option is that since you voted previously no to the project, that it go to full commission. And I think that's where we need to keep it.
Okay.
Now, that's just my my observation on this.
Thank you so much, Mayor Watson. And again, and Mr. Murray, if there are other questions for you, want to make sure that you're able to answer.
Commissioner Davis, I wanted
Questions.
to respond to an earlier
please,
question.
we're
that was
about
asked.
to-
I think it's
we're-
important for Commissioner
about-
Pacheco to get an answer to.
We're
his
about
question.
to get to a decision here, but Commissioner Pacheco, was there an answer that you were looking for a particular question that you're asking?
I don't know which one he's planning to respond to, but if we can allow the gentleman 1 minute, I think
Please.
it's sufficient.
Thank you, Commissioner Pacheco. Appreciate that. So the idea that the scope of the project has changed from what was proposed to the community or what was proposed on June 1st meeting, it has not. As Jonathan Arnold stated, the project remains 2,117 residential units, 240,000 square feet of commercial innovation, 167 hotel keys, delivering a grocery store, a greenhouse, a daycare, and yes, an electric expo. So you asked a poignant question. Why do we need a market study for that? That seems out of order. In the last meeting, Wyandotte EDC director, who ordinarily handles this, Greg Kendall, said, we've never done a deal like this. And so the scope of this deal is such that we need third-party market data as we set and tried to evaluate it. With all due respect, sir, I feel bad for you commissioners being placed in a position to have to make such a monumentous decision without that data. So we sat down and realized that all of the prior stakeholders are gone. We now have a new team. We would love to
time
work
has
with them
expired.
and bring you our data, the city's data, and a third-party data so that you guys can be armed with the best information
Your
to
time
make
has
sure that your
expired.
community feels respected. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, if there are other questions, please stay standing by. BPU member Haley, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Murray, if you were to have continued on the thread where you were right now, could you please tell us how you would have continued for another minute? Thank you.
I appreciate that, Senator Haley. Listen, this should have been a 5-minute item, loved ones. I do not like that the project that we are working on seems to have all of this acrimony. I appreciate Commissioner Howard's sentiment. This is all normal. We are talking about $1 billion development in a neighborhood and a community on the east side of our community that hasn't seen no such thing. I appreciate Mr. Kendall saying that. I appreciate the interim administrator House, Mr. Nguyen, and the mayor saying, let's make sure that this body is armed with that information. I think you guys deserve that. There are 5 stakeholders in this project. There's the mayor, there's the commission, there's the staff, there's the county administrator, and there's the community. And the sooner that we all get on the same page, I would love for us to have one public meeting where we get all of that info. We let the community talk. We let you guys digest it. None of you have taken the tour. I offered a tour. Commissioner Bynum is the only person that has seen the finished product. I want you all to come see this. It should not be this acrimonious, all right? I appreciate that opportunity, Commissioner Haley, or Board Member Haley. To your earlier point too, sir, the BPU has been a great partner. So the fact that you are speaking up on behalf of this project is actually quite relevant because Andrew Ferris and Darren McNeil, they've been ready to go on the BPU side.
And it has expired.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, well, BPU member Haley, did you get everything you needed?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Murray.
Okay. Commissioner Howard and then Commissioner Stites.
Howard District 1, could you just finish your last points?
Point taken. I appreciate it. Point was made. BPU has been a great partner. We are not dragging our feet. Any idea that we are, every day that goes by, we are losing federal grants that the One Big Beautiful Bill Act wiped out. An investment tax credit, very relevant to BPU, tied to the 20 megawatt solar microgrid that would make sure that the residents of this project have no electric utility bill. That is going away literally as we speak. So the idea that we're dragging our feet is simply not true. A development of this magnitude requires public-private partnership. And when we are not all 5 stakeholders working in concert, it goes from difficult to impossible. So I appreciate the extra minute so that you could hear that we are here, we are ready, We would love this opportunity. I'm a kid who grew up here. I share the same concerns with all of you that it's been vacant. And we've done a ton of work. We deserve this opportunity. We were awarded this opportunity by a competitive RFP. If anybody thinks the project got too big, former Administrator David Johnston, when we gave him a $300 million proposal, said bigger. We gave him a $500 million proposal. He said bigger. And so again, I don't think that you guys know all of this. And I want to make sure before you commissioners get put in a spot between yourself and these citizens that you have all that information. Thank you for the time. I'll yield the rest. This should have been a quick meeting. Thank you all for having me.
Yep. And stay there in case there are other questions, Mr. Murray. Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7. The only question that I have, is there a motion on the floor?
There is not a motion. I was just about to get there, but I wanted to make sure all of the questions were out of the way. And I
Okay,
want to make
make a
sure that,
motion that we send this to the recommendation for the feasibility study so we can move on.
okay.
Second.
So there is a motion to move this forward, and Commissioner Stites, I just want to clarify, that would move this item to August 31st, correct?
August 31st is when the.
That's our next meeting. Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess I'm a little bit unclear. I thought it was to go to September so that the feasibility study would have had time to be performed.
Yes, council's going to weigh in on that, please.
Yes, thank you. Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. Unfortunately, under our rules of procedure, section 718, the only way you can defer a matter, but can only be deferred up to 4 weeks or to the next available meeting if that is outside the 4 weeks. So it can only be deferred to the next available meeting.
Okay, I guess we, so is the appropriate motion then to defer this to the next meeting?
That would be the best option that we have available to keep this on the standing committee and for this item to stay alive. And so I just want to make sure that you are aware of that. And I want to check with Commissioner Howard.
That would be my motion then.
Okay, Commissioner Howard, just want to make sure you also, when you make the second, had that same knowledge as well.
Howard second.
Okay, all right, we're about to take a vote. Yes, BPU member Haley.
Are you taking discussion on the motion, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, we can,
Great.
and then.
Okay, great. Discussion on the motion. So just so I'm clear, so at the end of this month, the 28th, then we too will have, or we will have to take up the issue again to defer for what would then be, well, the 28th of September. Is that the net effect? I'm not clear on the procedures here, what exactly this would do.
The only other option would be if the votes were suspended or if they're rescinded, and if someone wants to move to suspend the rules, you could move to suspend Rule 718 to be allowed to set it out further. There is that one option. Otherwise, yes, it has to be moved to the August standing committee meeting, at which time you could get an update on if the study is moving forward, and then move to continue it again then to the September meeting. The only other way to do it would be to rescind what motions are there. Someone moves to suspend the rules in order to be able to set it over to the September meeting.
Gotcha. Okay. So those are our options on the table.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, BB.
Mr.
member
Chair.
Haley.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. I think I still had the floor and.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So I just wanted, and I just want, before I would consider making a substitute motion that the rules be suspended and that an adoption of an extension to a time certain, that being September 28th, be considered instead for the purpose. The reason, and thank you, Attorney Green, ICA House, what would, should this motion prevail for 30 days, talk about kicking the can, what would you, or what would the developer, or what would the plan that's been presented be held in abeyance with that level of uncertainty for less than, what would the developer do waiting to see what may or may not happen in such a short span of time? That's my concern. You know, instead of not having an enlarged time as was agreed to, I think I heard by the different parties for that time of 9/28, of September 28th. I don't know if anyone can really answer that, but for me, thinking that if you shorten the time that I agreed to, all parties agreed to, if you shortened it, what do you do with that time for that shortened period of time?
Yeah, please go for it. Yeah.
So Interim County Administrator Allen Howe, so I think as mentioned earlier, we'll be working we'll know certainly by August 31st whether we're in agreement on the scope and have moved forward with the payment of the cost for the feasibility analysis and the execution of it. If we came back to you in August 31st and said, we haven't been able to come to agreement or the cost hasn't been paid yet, then, I think that would be actionable information for you all as the committee to know. So I don't think we're any worse off, any better, any worse. We'll know more information in 30 days than we do now about the progression of this process. Again, this just kicked off July 10th, so we're 3 weeks in from the meeting that the mayor set up to talk about this. So we're moving expeditiously, working on it over the weekend, kind of thing. So again, I think in 30 days, we will have a lot more clarity and we'll either have, settled on it and move forward or we won't and we'll report back to this body to that effect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. House. Ms. Green.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to make sure okay, awesome. Thank you so much, BP Member Haley. I think that there are pros and cons. I think having this at the 31st would also be a good kind of checkpoint on all levels, just to make sure that everybody abided by what they needed to. I would also, at that time, like to see a written agreement for the feasibility study, just to make sure that all of the tenants, and I think it would be prudent for everybody to have that written agreement for us to know that this is indeed happening and that the scope of work has been agreed to. Okay, there has been a motion to table this to the 31st by Commissioner Stites and a second by Commissioner Howard. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call.
We do have to vote here. Is there anything else, Commissioner Howard? Okay, what's your question?
Our District 1, what's the average time frame for a feasibility study?
I don't have an answer for you.
Legal, would you be able to help? Anybody? Thank you.
I'm Shelley Kneven, CFO. Having worked with the company and working on 2 other Star Bond District deals, it was 45 to 60 days to do a real study. Now, remember, this is a preliminary study. The type of study that we normally do is right before we're ready to sell the bonds. So this study could be likely done in a quicker fashion, but know that there'll be additional studies that have to be done that are independent reviews for the underwriters to be able to sell the bonds eventually, if it qualifies. So what you're really doing is doing a study now to say, if it qualifies for Star Bonds, here's the feasibility. If it doesn't qualify for Star Bonds, which it's a state decision on that, by the way, not ours. If it does not qualify for Star Bonds, then here's the information. That will give you and the developer good information in order to develop a plan going forward. It's just a little different sequencing than what we normally have, but it's just breaking it down into a preliminary study, which could be done in 30 days, but honestly would probably be more like 45 days, in my opinion, based on other experience.
I just add, Commissioner, your question was on the average time, and I don't know the average time, but I do know for this one that PGAV, we had that conversation with them and they can hustle to meet the timeline that we've laid out. So I don't know if that helps.
So it does. You believe that we could meet this timeline?
Yes. Yeah.
And then I have one more question. This question will be for the developer. what is the timeline for you all?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Howard. We actually don't need to speculate on this. We have a proposal from PGAV. It says that PGAV will deliver the week of September 7th, the draft version of the study to be reviewed by all of the parties and staff. PGAV actually would like to come back to this meeting on September 28th. It says PGAV will present the final study at the September 28th, 2026 meeting of the EDNF. So you don't have to hear it from me or the county administrator. They'll come and present those results so you can hear directly from them. Thank you for that opportunity.
So the date that we're setting for this to be reviewed is under that date. Could be August.
August 31st is the next EDNF meeting, and that's by procedure as written, those are the rules of procedure. So it can get put off till the next meeting, and then at the next meeting, you would move it again to the September 28th meeting.
I just wanted to make sure.
Unless the other option, as council said, would be to suspend the rules and then push it out to September 28th.
That's
Okay, okay.
Commissioner Pacheco, then we are voting.
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco District 5. Mr. Murray, do you intend then, is your expectation that the feasibility study that's going to be presented to us in September is based off of the initial package that was presented on June 1st? Because you said that your partner,
Absolutely.
Mr. Arnold, committed to those keys, those hotel rooms, all those things, right? So that's what the feasibility study is going to be on, not a pared down version.
So yes, let's be very clear on that. We are giving them the full proposal, the full project, our entire pro forma, our entire capital stack. We are also giving them the market study that we commissioned and paid for, our own analysis by Nova Gradic of the rents. The difficulty here, and the reason this has to happen out of order, is because nobody knows what commercial space or residential space of this quality is going to rent for at 50th and State Avenue, because it hasn't existed ever, right? And so that's why we're doing this work, so that we can come back to you guys with that information. And yeah, we're certainly in agreement that that information will be valuable in how we move forward in concocting this final agreement. So.
All right. There's been a motion and a second to table this item. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Haley,
What point of information to table, did he say?
Yes, this particular item, there was a motion that this would be moved to the August 31st.
Oh, I see. I understand.
Yes, tabling. That's
Okay,
what I
see.
meant.
Well, okay, I didn't realize it was phrased as, but yes. Thank you. Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Checo.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The motion carries. The vote is 6-0.
Okay. Thank you all so much. Thank you for joining us, Mayor. I know you're very, very busy.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay. We will transition and move to our second item, which is the second quarter 2026 financial report. This item is for information only. And so, yeah, it should be a decent update. We'll give some time for transition and then proceed.
Thank you, Commission. Shelley Knieven, Chief Financial Officer. I will make this a quick presentation, but always glad to answer any questions you have now or later. I will, before I jump into this, make a suggestion that given the amount of time and another committee to follow, that maybe we hold off on that third presentation, because that is a long presentation.
I will save that for Commissioner Bynum. Absolutely.
Okay, so we will work on scheduling with whatever's on the agenda. That's just information item, very important information.
For you, for the folks in the gallery, please, we are transitioning to our next item. Thank you so much. Please proceed, Dr. Knieven.
Thank you. All right, so in terms of giving you the second quarter overview, we do this comparison to our budget to the actuals in order to give you good information as to how the year's going. So it's always interesting because us folks in finance live in the ACFR, which is our audit that's done for the prior year. the current budget, that's this report, which is budget to actuals, and then we're working on the future budget for next year. So we're living in 3 years, so are you. So this is just to get you up to date on how we're doing. We talk about the major funds. I picked out these particular funds because this is covering the majority of our operations and our personnel. And it gives you a recap of what the revenue was when we adopted the budget, what the expense was, and the change in the net revenue, which meant how much of the fund balance was going to be used or going to grow. So in terms of the city's general fund, and again, I'm going to make this quick, but always glad to answer detailed questions. The city general fund, the property tax collections are at about 97%. Because we've had, the payments have been made, as you know, in December and May. So that's really where we expect them to be. We do have some late payments that come in, and then there's, of course, delinquent taxes that are paid, and people are in the process of redeeming their properties and keeping them out of a tax sale, which they have to be delinquent for 3 years before it even goes there. Motor vehicles is at 56%. That's because you renew your motor vehicles based on the first letter of your last name, so it happens throughout the year. Sales and use taxes, good news is that they are up as the second quarter. Again, that's through July 31st. So they're up 54% of what we had budgeted. So they're exceeding our expectations by a slight amount. So that is good. Unfortunately, that's offset by the BPU pilot. If you could help us out. I'm just kidding. The BPU pilot is at about 46%, so it's a little less on collections than what we had anticipated. And in large part, what we're learning from talking with our colleagues over at BPU is that frankly, there's a lot of energy efficiency that's occurring in terms of refrigerators and washers and HVAC, and that requires less use of electricity, which is great for the consumer. But it's a little harder to predict in terms of the pilots that then get paid in terms of the revenues that are generated. We're not expecting that to be a significant impact to the budget. As I have explained to you before, there is a unique item in our budget adoption, which relates to the Speedway Star Bonds. It is on paper only. It is a $10.6 million revenue and expense that nets out to zero. Because of the way the bond covenants were written now nearly 20 years ago, we had included a general fund appropriation backing for those, which we do not do, haven't done on other star bonds, but this was the very first one. And so because of that, the covenants require that we would make sure that payment is made if for some reason we fell short on the revenues. The actual star bonds account is held by the state, and there's adequate funds to repay the bonds in full. So we know that we will not have to use those, but we're required by the bond covenant to show that in our budget. So I always like to point that out because you'll see a big difference at budget adoption to when we have the final budget, and that's a $10.6 million variance. Next year is the year that we pay off those bonds. So in the budget 28, we won't have that anymore, which I feel like gives a better representation of what the budget is actually for the city general fund. The salaries and benefits on the expense side are at 51%. That is excellent. As you all know, we had changed our budgeting practice from the trend to be based on we only will fill positions that are fully funded. And so that is excellent in terms of being right at about where we need to be on budget, as opposed to in past years where we were exceeding budget. So that is a good position and showing that that change in policy is working. The year-end fund balance, we have updated this with our 25 audit numbers, our ACFR numbers, and the year-end anticipated fund balance will be at 20%. Just a quick reminder that we try to keep that at 25% per adopted policy by the commission. On the county general fund side, again, you'll see a lot of the information replicated in terms of the revenues. However, on the expenses, I really do want to point out that we are making great strides on the county side in terms of salaries and benefits. We are only at 45% of the budget, which is exceptional because this is the side of the budget in particular where we had very high overtime usage that was exceeding our budgeted amount. So we're very pleased that we're doing positive so far as a second quarter on our salary and benefits. However, as you all know, our big concern on the county general fund is our fund balance. And when you update with the 25 ACFR numbers, meaning how much was really in the fund balance at the end of 25, when you had the audited numbers, and then you roll that forward and say, okay, for the budget, we're planning on using X amount, and it was 867,000 of the fund balance just to fund the normal operations. We're down to 6.2%. So we cannot emphasize enough how concerning that is and what a huge priority that is for us moving forward, which of course the commission has echoed as well. For the Parks Combined Fund, again, same kind of information. Salaries and benefits are even lower, which has to do with a pretty significant vacancy rate. They are always recruiting, so if anybody is out there listening online and is looking for a position, our Parks Department has many vacant positions, and we would love qualified people to apply to help us care for our parks. I know our Park Department would welcome applications. Our year-end fund balance is high. This particular fund also is the 25% fund, and we have a little bit more in fund balance than what we need, which gives us some opportunity for some one-time expenses, one-time capital projects of about 780,000. That would then take us down to the 25%. So that'll be part of the consideration of what you look at in terms of the budget that gets presented this week. Dedicated sales taxes are at 51%, salaries and benefits at 42%, and the year-end fund balance is at 10%. This particular fund is not like the general funds. This particular fund has a recommendation by policy adopted by the commission of a 5 to 10% fund balance. And that's because a lot of this fund is used to fund capital equipment or one-time purchases, and only a portion of this fund is used to fund personnel. There are 25 police officers, 25 firefighters that are funded from this fund, but the rest of the money is used for one-time purchases. Why that's important in terms of what you budget for a fund balance is even though a sales tax can be volatile, you can always delay a project or a purchase of a capital purchase if the revenues fall into a place where you need to kind of hold back because you're not seeing the revenues. You don't have that ongoing cost with the personnel consuming as much as this particular fund as you do in the others. So that particular fund is, while it's at 10%, is at a healthy balance. Sanitary sewer fund is at 72% for charges for services and other revenue. So it's doing good in terms of overall. I actually think that's a typo. We're at about 50%. I'm looking at the numbers, so I apologize. I think that's a typo on our PowerPoint. So we're at 25.5 million for charges for services with a budget of 56.2 million. So we're a little behind in terms of what we projected, and we will be watching that through the next few months. However, on the expense side, we are down lower than what we had expected, so it should be fine in terms of the overall fund for the sanitary sewer system. As a reminder, this particular fund pays for the personnel, the operations, the maintenance, the chemicals, the treatment, the sewer plants, and capital projects, and debt service for all the sanitary sewer projects. So this fund is very important because a large part of our debt is sanitary sewer, but it's in a healthy spot. By policy, our fund balance is supposed to be between 40 to 50%. The reason why on an enterprise fund like this, you have a higher fund balance is because you want to have funds in the event that you have an emergency repair that you didn't anticipate. If you had a major line break, you need to have funds so that you can go out and actually make that repair. That's a whole point. One of the points of a fund balance is for an emergency situation. This is currently at 63%, so we're very healthy, and that gives us a good position to be in to fund some projects through cash, but also to make sure we keep a reserve for those unexpected type of events. Cash and investments, this is something that we provide you an overview on a quarterly basis. Unfortunately, right now, the market is not as strong as it has been in recent years, so we're only getting about 2.3% in interest on our overnight funds. So it's not as strong as it had been before. As of the end of the second quarter, we had 108 million invested. That was because we had a couple of our CDs that had redeemed, had expired, and we did not actually do the reinvestment until early in the month. And so it'll be picked up in the third quarter. As a note about that, the new investments that we got were more in the range of 4%, and some of the ones we were expiring were in the 1% to 2%. So that's a good direction that we were moving. Those were some of our investments that we had done during COVID, and so we had done some long-term 4-year investments, and they were for a pretty low interest rate because nobody knew really what was going to happen. And we just wanted to put a placeholder and protect our funds and at least receive some return on that investment. Some of the things we look at is how are our cash balances doing. We do expect peaks and valleys throughout the year, and that is in particular related to when the big proceeds come in terms of the taxes. And then our investment laddering just kind of shows you, we try to spread that out over time because what we're trying to do is take advantage of the market. We need to keep enough cash in our cash account to pay our bills and also make our disbursements to the other taxing districts. And then we have the investments that we make, but we don't want to invest them for too long of a period because we know that we need those funds for future months to make those operating payments. So we ladder that out. So we have to try to balance that to make sure, well, hey, if the market goes up, we've got some that are expiring, we can then reinvest those dollars to take advantage of that. So that's something that we watch as a team and as a committee that meets on that as well on a quarterly basis. Finally, the last area is in terms of debt. This is a composite of our outstanding debt in terms of principal and interest. It does include the additions that have occurred during FY26. As you'll see there in that column next to the last column, we did add 186 million. That is principal and interest. So that's not just the principal. When we brought forward the principal, it was for the 2026 A series was for 33.8 million in principal. The B series was for 53.9 million. So that's including your principal and interest. And I show it that way because that's ultimately what you're going to have to pay back. So I want to see a full picture of everything that's owed, not just to say what your principal was, but here's our total obligation, our total long-term liability. I will say that this is in line with what we're doing in terms of the debt strategy. I appreciate the commission's recognition and comments about this as part of our strategy to help give us movement towards financial sustainability. The less debt we have, the more money we have available for operations, the less that we would have to have in terms of property taxes. So it all relates to one another, and this is right in line with what we've been trying to achieve with that. So with that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. I'm due public comment for this item. Were the slides posted on the agenda? I'm looking online here. I don't know if I don't see them. So if staff can just send that over finance, you all can send these slides over to us. I just didn't see them on what was posted. So I wasn't able to follow along on the agenda, but that's all I will ask. Okay, clerk, do we have any comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There is a hand raised online.
Okay.
Eva Garcia Mesa, please unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I just have a question in regards to the sales and use tax.
So I have been doing a little bit of comparison from the numbers that have been presented throughout the budgetary season. And since what we can look at is really 2025, because those are the ones that have been finalized, so we can take those numbers and present and compare them to what is on the amended budget and what the state's report for sales and use tax shows for 2025, it doesn't really align with what the UG's revenue shows. So my question is this, because it's being discussed here as part of the slides for both the county and the city. Where are those, where is that revenue supposed to be captured? Is it captured as a whole for city and county and then diverted into the different buckets where they're supposed to be allocated? Because there's very specific revenue codes on the budget that says sales tax, and I believe it's like RCO-15 or RCO-13. And those numbers don't align. So I'm trying to get some clarity into how I can compare the numbers that are on the state reports to the UG's reports so that I can understand these revenue numbers. So anything you can do to help me with that.
Thank you so much. We have taken your question down. We will definitely get to that after the public comment period, but thank you for that question. Clerk, do we have other folks online?
There are no other hands.
Okay. For the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to the item that was just presented on? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay. Dr. Knieven, can you respond to that question?
Absolutely. So on the Department of Revenue website, there is an area of their website that has sales and use tax reports. There's a variety of reports that are on there. One of the reports is just sales tax. One of the reports is just use tax. One of the reports is countywide for all jurisdictions. So that would include Kansas City, Kansas. It would include Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, the little bit of Lake Quivera, and the county. So understanding, and I wish that the state's website would give some descriptors about what those reports are, because it doesn't, but the information is provided because that gives different layers of viewpoint, if you will. On that same website, there are the distributions report, which show exactly how many dollars come to each one of the jurisdictions. The other thing that makes it a little more challenging too is that it will show you in the aggregate. Again, it's just showing you aggregated data, but then as Ms. Garcia Meza said, it then gets put into different accounts. So there are star bonds, for example, and sales taxes, the increment that goes to pay the star bonds goes to star bond accounts. Then there's dollars that go to pay, it might be a CID sales tax, or it might be a TDD sales tax, and those go to those separate accounts. And then there's the general sales tax, and that goes to the city and to the county. So the level of detail that is out on the state's website is in the aggregate. It has all that information combined. It doesn't have it broken out by each one of the funds, which does make that crosswalk difficult, but I'd be glad to visit with Ms. Garcia at a later time, or any of the commissioners. We have done some looking at that based on some questions that we've gotten. And we can reconcile those numbers and explain how much is star bonds, how much was these other type of items, and provide that data.
Thank you so much, Dr. Knieven. And it's the same for property taxes or other forms of revenue, correct? Where it's all in the aggregate, it's not necessarily broken down, or do I have that incorrect?
Well, you don't have it incorrect. I think where the Department of Revenue is reporting is specific to sales and use taxes. There's going to be other parts of the state's websites that will look at aggregated property taxes. So you are right about that. And so then you have to break it down. And that gets even more complicated, unfortunately, because it's not just by jurisdiction, but then it's also by the types of, so you've got property tax to the city general fund, county general fund, park fund, aging fund, the mental health fund, elections. So you've got to really have that crosswalk to be able to do that. It's good. It's a good point, and maybe something we can look at putting something in the budget document that helps to relate those state reports to the budget document to help people understand it better and make it more transparent.
Thank you. Committee, this item is for information only, so no action needs to be taken. Are there questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. Dr. Knieven, when we talk about the debt strategy and I think it'd be good for the public to just have a very basic understanding of what are we trying to do in our strategy of, being smart about not taking on debt that we shouldn't be taking debt for, paying down old debts, just the strategy in general, because I do think it is probably the sticking point of the entire what hits people in their pocketbook. Once our debt gets in a much more manageable position, people will start to feel a change. I think that is what is coming in the years ahead, and still a few more years ahead if you can expound on a little bit on the timeline as well. But I think at least it gives people hopefully a silver lining, at least is what I understand, is what I'm very hopeful for, a chance to really start flipping the way that we budget, because we don't have so much tied up in debt. If you could just go into a short little spiel that you've given to us that really is helpful for me.
Thank you for the opportunity. Big picture on this: for every dollar that is spent on property taxes, 42 cents of that is going to pay for debt that we have issued over the last 20 years, or sometimes 30 years. So we are repaying a lot of debt that we've issued for very important, very good projects, but it has become a very significant part of our, in particular, the city issued debt. So part of our plan is to not issue more debt than we are retiring in any given year for the next several years. So that keeps our debt payments fairly flat. And when you do that, as there's natural growth in the property taxes, just the natural growth, not mill levy increases and all of that, then that starts reducing the percentage of how many pennies basically per dollar are used or required for debt. That can then be used to fund operations or to reduce property taxes. Okay, so we are forecasting in 2031, we have a very significant amount of debt that will be retired. So it is true, we are just now working on the 27 budget, but as the commission has supported, we have limited the amount of debt that we've been issuing. We had a debt pause for 25 or 24. 25, we issued 10 million, 26, 10 million. And 27, we'll issue about 18 million, maybe 20 million. I haven't seen the final budget document, but that's because we're retiring other debt. So we're not taking on more debt than we're retiring, if that makes sense. So as our credit card gets paid off, our debt, that frees up more money for our operating expenses, or just to put into savings like we kind of need to do for the county general fund. So I hope that gives you a very basic explanation.
It does. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, Debbie Johnsher, Deputy CFO. I just also wanted to make clear that when we talk about the property tax mill levy and we say it's 42% of the property tax revenue, that it's not 42% of the entire city, all of the city revenues. I just want to, because I have seen that before where it's only the property tax revenue, but we are still trying to get that mill levy down because that ultimately does come from property taxes. But just wanted to make that clear.
And an additional clarification, just thinking about the public, Debbie's right. It's not all the revenue sources. We've got kind of a three-legged stool: property taxes, sales and use taxes, and our pilot. Okay, so those are the three kind of main revenue sources. But when we say 42%, it's of one of our legs, property taxes. It's not of your total bill. Okay, your total bill, the city and the county are not 42% of your total property tax bill. You have to look at all the other taxing districts and see how much the other taxing districts to figure out that proportion. So just to make sure it's clear, we're not talking about 42% of your total tax bill. Your tax bill is paying a flat amount, and that goes into the city or in the county. Of the city's amount, that goes some to debt, some to operating. That 42% is what we're talking about. The part that comes to the city that goes to the debt is 42%.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, committee? Okay. This item was for information only. We will have the other information only item be heard, which is actually really good. It's on the performance of incentives, which I think the public will greatly benefit from. That takes us to the end of our meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Howard second.
Okay. It was moved by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Howard. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Haley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 6-0. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. I know many of you are here for the Neighborhood and Community Development meeting, so that will start in 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your patience. We're going to get started in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. It does look like we have a quorum, so we'll go ahead and get this started. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so that the public that is observing knows who's speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic at hand. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee for August 3rd, 2026 to order. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye, or here, I'm sorry.
Pacheco,
Here.
Howard,
Present.
Bynum, we have an absence memo, and Davis.
Here. Okay. Our first order of business is the approval of minutes from our May 4th and June 1st meetings. Is there a motion or any comments?
Our motion, approve.
Pacheco, second.
All right, there's a motion by Howard and a second by Pacheco to approve the minutes for June 1st and May 4th of 2026. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Now I can say aye. Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay. First item, really exciting, from our neighborhood and community development, our community development department. We are discussing the fiscal year 2026, the annual action plan and amendments to the 2026 plan. And there's discussion of a designation for Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation that our director, Kay Sharp, will expand upon. Please take it away.
Good evening, commissioners and community. It's great to be here tonight. The first item that I want to discuss is our FY 2026 Annual Action Plan. And this plan represents the last year of our 22 to 26 consolidated plan. So just a little bit of a background for the community. In order to receive HUD funding in the three categories that we receive funding, which is Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership Program Grant, and the Emergency Solutions Grant. We have to submit a plan to HUD every 5 years to outline what our goals are. We are entering the fifth year. In order to make any changes to that plan, we have to submit substantial amendments. And I will be submitting 2 of those tonight. But first, let's go over the budget for fiscal year 26. So we have been notified by HUD that our expected entitlement for CDBG will be $2,143,397. For our home program, our entitlement will be $660,434.66. And for our ESG activities, we are expected to receive $187,400. So our annual action plan lays out to both the community and HUD what we expect to do with these plans over the next fiscal year. In addition, we also go back and look at any program income that we have received, and we also pull back in those dollars that have not been spent from previous years. So that's what we'll be looking at for the next year. So in looking at our categories of activities, we will, obviously, we have to have planning and administration so we can run the program. However, HUD does not allow us to exceed 20% of our total entitlement. In addition, we do have one other limitation on the percentage of funding that we allocate to any particular subject matter, and that is public services. Under HUD regulations, we cannot exceed 15% of our budget in the public service category. And that can be anything from, whether it's police or code enforcement or parks or any of those things that are public services. We cannot exceed 15% of our annual allotment of the CDBG funding only. So some of the things that we're looking at doing next year, we are looking at infrastructure and public facility improvements. And there is a difference between public facility improvements and public services. So there is no limitation on public facilities and improvements. We'll also be doing spot blight rehab, neighborhood engagement capacity, micro enterprise and small business assistance, and then of that home enhancement program. That's where we do our whole house rehabilitation to bring homes up to code. That's on the home side. And then, of course, we will be doing our ESG projects. And some of the sub-recipients that help us with those projects are a Village Initiative, Catholic Charities, Cross Lines, Friends of Yates. So that gives you an idea of the organizations that help us carry out our activities under ESG. So this is our budget. HUD requires a process before we can submit our plan. It requires 2 public hearings. We had our first hearing May 5th. We didn't have anyone attend that hearing, but we had a second hearing on June 18th, and we did have 12 people at that hearing. We had a great discussion, and we went over kind of where we are in our 5-year plan, because we do have to let you know where our successes have been. So we went over that. As a result of that hearing, we did receive 4 email suggestions, and those have to be incorporated into our plan before we submit those to HUD. What was really nice is the 4 suggestions that were outlined are already included in our plan. So I was very happy to see that. So what has to happen after those 2 public hearings? There has to be a 30-day public comment period. And after that comment period, our citizen action plan
requires us to come to first the subcommittee and ask for approval of our plan. And then that has to go to the full committee for approval before we can submit it to HUD. There is a deadline for submitting your annual action plan. It has to be no later than 11:59 p.m. on August 16th of each year. So that's where we are right now. And that is the item I'm bringing before you. And that would be approving the FY 2026 Annual Action Plan.
Thank you so much. And I do see, just for folks that are aware, the draft itself is published on the agenda. And so you can see that the executive summary and then the summary below really does help explain some of the things that Director Sharp was laying out and presenting for us. So thank you. Okay, we'll do public comment and then committee questions, all those things. And then there are a lot of actions with this one item. This is kind of a 3-for-1 type deal. Okay. Clerk, did we receive any comments for this item?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online for this item?
There is a hand raised. Eva Garcia Mesa.
Yep.
You can unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So I do have a few questions regarding some of the some of the information in the document that was presented. So there is a part where it talks about the emergency shelter funding to be shifted to the general operational fund of the UG. I want to get clarification. Is this the $3 million that at some point was the ARPA money that was supposed to be used to build the homeless shelter that was also supposed to have the wraparound services? So that's one question. I also wanted to ask, there is a part where it talks about affordable housing and there's 85 homes that have to be built. I wanted to ask, is this going to be kind of what's the word here that I'm looking for? Where we're using the same goal to kind of get 2 birds with 1 stone, in the sense of potentially using some of the homes that are slotted through home field as the community investment. I believe there was 15 homes. Are those kind of simultaneously going to be used towards the same goal? And then there was also, when I'm looking into the home investment partnership program, I like the idea of that, but I am a little wary. One, it talks about people that apply for that program will have a lien put on their home by the UG to kind of protect, I'm assuming the $35,000 that goes to the developer for these homes. And it talks about having that lien on that home during an affordability period, but it doesn't specify what that affordability period is. So is that defined? Because it's not in the document. So those are, I think, all of my questions. I'm looking at my notes here. Yeah, I think that covers everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll hold for responses until after the community comment period is over. But thank you so much. We will get to answers for those questions. Just hold tight, but thank you. Are there any other hands raised online?
There are. Next is Karen Scheibe. Please unmute. You have 3 minutes. State your name and residency for the record.
Hello, Karen Scheibe, Kansas City, Kansas. I do not have my notes in front of me, so I'm going to go from memory. I was one of the people who attended the meeting. One of the questions I have was regarding the home rehabilitation piece, which is the home section. I know at the time of that meeting, there was 40% still of those dollars still needing to be spent. And I guess my question is, are we close to meeting that goal at this point? And if not, I did hear those dollars are then saved for like the next year is kind of the best way I can think to phrase that. And if dollars are not not spent and they're moved forward to the next year, do they stay in the same pot? So that's one question. The other question, I think I heard the answer to this, but I want to be very specific. I know we talked about Willigill being a CBDO, which put them into a different classification with regard to the CDBG dollars, which would open up around 300,000, I think it was, for more of the public services. I think I heard Director Sharp mention neighborhood. I want to be very specific with livable neighborhoods in my request for some of those funds, as one person in that department has always made me a little wary. She is wonderful, but irreplaceable. And definitely another person, in my opinion, needed in that very vital role. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And we do have those questions written down, so we will make sure that we get to them after the public comment period has concluded. Are there any other hands raised online?
Those are all the hands.
For the folks that are patiently here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Okay. All right. I will go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay, so committee, just indulge us for a second here. I want to make sure we get some of the public's questions answered, and then we'll get to larger just discussions that are on the agenda. So there was one question on if the ARPA money or ARPA dollars are included in this plan, particularly the transition for some of those dollars to be moved to the general fund. Can we have someone from staff speak to this?
Okay, in terms of the ARPA funding, while that is under home, that is a completely separate fund, and we have to reflect that that is money that we still have. But the ARPA funding is for a very specific project, and that is for homeless transitional housing. And so that's really separate from this.
Gotcha. I don't know if Mr. House, you wanted to add any other information.
Just thought I would further confuse people that there's another ARPA set of $2 million in ARPA funding that was going to be used for capital construction for homeless shelter. And, that is still available to be used for that purpose. That is also separate from the home ARP funds that Ms. Sharp was talking about.
Gotcha. So we are talking about three different buckets of money that all have to deal with helping those that are unsheltered, but are federal dollars, but have different requirements. For the purpose of this conversation, when we're talking about the annual action plan, ARPA doesn't have anything to do with it.
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure we're that. There's another question regarding affordable housing, and if the homes that Homefield are supposed to build will benefit from the funds that are discussed and funds that are contemplated in the annual action plan.
No.
Okay. There's another question on the process, particularly for accessing home dollars, and asking about the lien that is put on the home while the affordability period is in play. How long is that period, and can you just tell us more about that?
That is a 15-year lien, and that is a HUD requirement. I am looking at an exception to that in the HUD law. There is language in the HUD regulation that says if a community does a market analysis survey and it is determined that housing in that particular area will remain affordable for a period of 3 to 5 years, then we can be exempt. That those transactions in that particular neighborhood can be exempt from the 15-year lien. It is not a blanket lien. It's not a blanket Kansas City, Kansas. I'm sorry, it's not a blanket exception throughout Kansas City, Kansas. What we will have to do is we will have to look at building area by area and look at our market analysis to see if, yes, homes just by nature of that particular community or are going to remain affordable, then we do not have to require that home buyer to adhere to that 15-year affordability period.
Gotcha. So there are some options depending upon what the applicant or what the developer chooses to do regarding that lien period, but 15 years is kind of the standard.
Correct.
For it. Okay. There's a question on the goal, meeting the goal for the home expenditures. What happens if the dollars are not spent in any fiscal year?
They will move forward to the next fiscal year. We do not change the pots, though. So if it's in home rehab, it would move forward in home rehab.
So it wouldn't transition over to CBDG or ESG? Or
No, you cannot commingle those funds.
Gotcha. Okay. There was another question regarding, and this is the last one, with Willa Gill moving to a community-based development organization. There was a request for more staff in general and for more neighborhood support, but specifically for livable neighborhoods. So I know that those two things are a little bit different, but can you speak to the community-based development organization, what that is, and then also speak to how livable neighborhoods is included in this annual action plan?
Certainly. So Willa Gill, if you remember, I referenced a limit of 15% on public service activities. The Willa Gill Center is a public service activity. The cold weather shelter is a public service activity. Livable neighborhoods is a public service activity. So when we combine those activities, we were topping $580,000 a year. Our 15% maximum puts us between, in any given year, $319,000 to maybe $324,000. So as you can see, we were drastically exceeding the HUD limit. That did result in a HUD finding, and we are going to have to pay back $95,000 to HUD. They could have made us pay back the whole difference, but they are not. The point I'm trying to make is it was critical that we get our total public service budget back down to that 15% maximum. That's where the next item comes into play, and that is our developing a community based development organization. Right now, Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation functions as a CHODO in our community. That is a community housing development organization. Under HUD regulations, a CHDO can also qualify to become a CBDO, Community-Based Development Organization. The beauty in that is CBDOs fall outside of public service. So in changing that category and changing their activities, that got us back down to where we needed to be. So now we have some wiggle room. We do have wiggle room to invest more money in livable neighborhoods. And that is assuming that the CBDO passes.
Awesome. Thank you. Those are the end of the public's comments and or questions that they had submitted to us. And so thank you so much, Director Sharp, for answering them. Committee, I know this is quite a bit to digest. Are there questions or comments regarding this item? Okay. If there are no questions or comments regarding this item, Then I will go ahead and kind of walk us through what is on our agenda for a vote. So there are 3 items in particular that community development is asking for us to move forward. I actually want to hand this off to legal just to walk us through what those 3 items are, and then we will either take a motion or have more discussion once that's been explained.
Sure. So what you have is 3 different resolutions. So the first resolution is authorizing the submission of this annual action plan to HUD. The second resolution authorizes the substantial amendments to the 2025 annual plan and the consolidated 2022-2026 consolidated plan. As Director Sharp mentioned, this final 2026 action plan is just the last part in that 2022-2026 annual plan, or I'm sorry, consolidated plan. So amending the 2025 annual plan also amends that larger consolidated plan. And then finally, the resolution that would designate Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation as a community housing development organization. So there are 3 separate resolutions, each requiring a separate vote.
Okay. All right, and I do want to make sure just one more time, because it does say Community Housing Development Organization. It's not supposed to say community-based development organization.
They are currently a CHDO. We are asking for them to be designated as a CBDO.
Okay, I'm asking just because I'm looking at the resolution here and it says, now therefore be resolved by the body of the unified government, Wyandotte County. The unified government hereby designates the Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation as a community housing development organization. So I just want to make sure before we act, if we need to make.
That does need to be changed, yes.
So that would need to be changed to community-based
Community-based development organization.
And that could be done by motion.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
then when, before this gets sent to the full commission, we could make sure the language gets changed in the resolution that will then get sent in the packet to the full commission.
Okay, I would just make sure when that moment comes that we make that transition so that we are good to go. Okay, I'm glad we caught that because that could have turned into something else. Awesome. Okay, so committee, let's just start with the first item, and this is for the entire annual action plan. If you're wondering where I'm at on the agenda, it's a resolution authorizing the submission of an annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and authorizing the implementation of such plan. Again, this basically codifies everything that Director Sharp just went over. And it's my understanding, Director Sharp, that the feds have to review this and approve it before we are able to move forward. Is that correct?
That is correct. It has to be submitted by the 16th. They have to accept the plan before the funds are available.
Yes, and so the reason why there is a request for a fast track committee is because of the 16th. This body does not meet again until August 31st, which would be after the deadline. And so we do not want to miss out on any dollars in our community, far be it from me. And so if they say the 16th, I say let's get it to them by the 14th.
Yes,
Just to be
absolutely
sure that our community benefits from these dollars. So regarding this particular resolution, are there any questions? Okay, is there a motion for this item?
Checo, motion to approve and fast track to the next commission meeting on August 6th.
Second.
Okay, there is a motion by Commissioner Pacheco and a second by Commissioner Howard to move the resolution authorizing the annual action plan to HUD and a fast track for the August 6th full commission meeting. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Pacheco?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay. The next item, and again, all of these are asking for a fast track because they have to do with the federal government reviewing our plan by the 16th. The next one is a resolution authorizing substantial amendments to the 2025 annual plan, and 2022 to 2026 consolidated plan submitted to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Are there any questions or is there a motion?
Checo, motion to approve and fast track to the next commission meeting on August 6th.
Is there a second?
Howard, second.
Thank you. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, this last one, I'll make the motion here, but are there any questions regarding the designation of Mount Carmel Corporation as a community, and it should be community-based development organization? Are there any questions regarding that? Okay, there are no questions. So, Council Duke, help me out if I'm off here. So I'm going to move to approve this resolution with the edit that the designation for Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation be a community development-based organization
Correct, with the fast track.
with the fast track of August 6th. That will be my motion. Is there a second?
Pacheco, second.
Okay, thank you so much. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you so much to our legal team, to community development. Thank you all so much. And yeah, let's just get that resolution fixed for full commission by Thursday, and then we'll be good to go. Thank you all so much. Okay, we are going to move forward to, we have the NRC coming up. Yes.
This document.
Oh, yeah. Can you turn on your microphone?
Real quick for a second.
Yeah, you're talking about the document for the anti-littering?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, did that need to be presented on or voted on, or?
It is a freestanding request for a substantial amendment to HUD.
Okay, I believe we already voted on the substantial amendment, if I'm not mistaken.
There were two of them.
Two, okay. On the agenda, I'm only seeing one.
So the creation of a CBDO is a substantial amendment. The illegal dumping and littering campaign is a separate substantial amendment, and that's how they would have to be presented to HUD.
Okay, I'm just looking at on our agenda and what it says. I see Mount Carmel, I see the substantial amendment to the 2025 annual plan, and then I see the submission of the annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing. You're saying there should be another one specific to the illegal dumping and littering.
In terms of my submission to HUD, they have to be separate. The commission can vote on them as a package. I just want to be clear that I will be submitting two substantial amendments to HUD. So I just want to clarify that.
That's fine. Before we get to the question, I just want to make sure, do we need to take any additional action, council, for this, or does it, because if it makes no difference as far as what we vote on and what's submitted to the feds, then that's fine. But if we need to go back and include this, then I don't want to miss that opportunity.
Was that included in if that was included in the resolution amending the 2025 annual plan for substantial amendment, was that included then for using up to 120,000?
Correct.
Okay, then you already approved the resolution.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we just, I was confused since we didn't actually bring that up. Okay.
Sure.
Okay,
Awesome.
great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All three, so you're.
Okay, just to make sure. Before you leave, Commissioner Howard has a question.
So my question is, due to this illegal dumping, because I've been very involved with this illegal dumping process, and I've also had boots on the ground as well. And I appreciate you, I appreciate you all for, presenting this solution. were you planning to present this to us to let us know a little bit about it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So before they leave?
Yeah, if you would like to, please.
But we voted on it already.
Yes, we had gone through it, but Director Sharp, if there's
Happy to answer any
highlights.
questions you have.
Yeah,
To a document, but not this one, the illegal dumping document.
Mhm.
So we made a vote with this being connected to amendment of a resolution without hearing this.
yes, on our agenda, as I'm seeing it, it's just the resolutions that are scattered. However, if Director Sharp, if you would like to present or kind of walk us through this program, now would be the time to do so. But this has already been approved.
Okay. All right. Well, I do appreciate the opportunity to present this request for a change in our funding. And let me explain that a little bit. As I said, if there is a change in the use of your funding, then you do have to request a substantial amendment. If we go back and we look at our 22 to 26 consolidated plan, there was not a mention of anti-dumping campaign. And because there wasn't a mention of that in our original 5-year plan or our annual action plan, we have to actually make that change to our plan. So that's what this is regarding. So I'll just give you a little bit of information on that, if I may. Okay. The purpose of this amendment is to set aside $120,000 for a NOFO to allow subject matter experts to work alongside our neighborhoods, schools, businesses, community organizations, faith community, and residents to understand why littering and dumping occurs. This is not just a marketing campaign. We are looking at strategies for changing behavior. And that requires area expertise that we don't have. We have had many meetings about illegal dumping. Pretty much every organization in the unified government has been part of meetings on that topic and concern. In the past, we've worked in silos, and different departments have done what they could, whether it was code enforcement or the police department or public works or community development. We've all tried to do what we could in our own way. What we have decided is that we need a coordinated effort on this issue. And so what we want to do is we want to hire a firm that has expertise in this particular area. And so what we are going to be asking them to do is to do the community engagement that is necessary to get at the root causes of the illegal dumping, then to come up with solutions, whether it's different campaigns. We are going to ask them to bring in the school district, the faith community, the business community, public safety, public health, and then, of course, all of the other agencies in the unified government. And we will all be working with one voice going in the same direction, which is not what we have done in the past. So in a nutshell, that's what we're wanting to do with this particular fund.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I also wanted to follow up with, do we have anybody from Public Works or anybody that knows about the SOAR program that we had, the blight program that we had in the past? Can you speak to that, Alan?
I guess, or specifically, or kind of what it was, or like?
when I was listening to Mrs. Sharp, she said that we don't have the expertise and we don't have the subject matter experts. And as I've listened to some of our department heads here in the unified government and some of my colleagues that have been here for a while, they talk about some successful blight programs that they had that due to prior administration, it was broken up. So oftentimes I hear we don't have talent, we don't have the people, we don't have, and we don't have. But I've seen many of examples of programs that we've implemented in the past that have worked, but due to something that happened, it's no longer there. So when we talk about bringing outside counsel in, I'm for bringing out a different perspective, right? But at the end of the day, there are a lot of department heads and people that are right here in the unified government that know exactly what the issue is, and they talk to me every day about it. And so, 120,000 going out to someone to tell us what our mindset is and what's the reason behind dumping, it's just kind of confusing to me that we don't lean more into the people here that talk about all of the great things that we did and that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We know exactly what's happening in those communities. I mean, I live in them, so I see the pollution every single day. And it's a mindset thing, right? And I'd rather go out and utilize the people that are there, the human capital that are there in front of Willow Gill, that are there unhoused, because what I know is that we've offered many of opportunities to them and that they've taken them, right? And so I just would love for us to start leaning into what we've already done and what we do really well, rather than always looking outside for counsel or always looking outside for someone to come and save us, always looking outside to see if maybe you all have the solutions to the problems that we deal with every day. So I know we've already made a vote for it, and I understand and I get it, but I've been holding my peace for this for a while because I know that's not true. And so I want us to be mindful that when we are looking for these solutions, I want us to look in our backyard. I want us to look at the people that are out on the streets every single day that could use a few dollars from that 120,000 by just approaching them and saying, hey, can we all help you keep the community clean by offering a stipend or something to them, right? Outside of looking for campaigns or ways to, I don't know, I just think we've been doing this for a long time, looking to outside counsel to fix our problems, when in reality, we need to fix our problems. And we can, but unified government needs to believe more in the people and them actually collaborating and fixing the problems rather than looking for the outside fixes. And so I'm thankful that we're actually, looking for solutions. But again, as we talk about waste, as we talk about being more mindful of where we allocate our funds, there are communities and organizations here in our backyard that are subject matter experts, that this $120,000 could go to those organizations if we pulled them in and had a real conversation about what this looks like. So I just want us to think about that as we move forward whenever we have problems and we make the decisions in our mind that we don't have subject matter experts and we don't have people to partner with and we don't have creative strategies to use, when in reality, I hear you all talk about the things that you all have done and would love to bring them back, but here we are doing what we always do.
If I could respond, please.
Please.
So first of all, I would say that if all of the programs that we had in the past had been successful, I wouldn't be here talking about illegal dumping because it wouldn't exist anymore. So I'm not sure.
Are you familiar with all of the programs in the community? Have you sat down with all of them?
What I'm trying to say is,
yes or no?
no, I have not.
Okay, so when you say that, it's a blanketed statement because you have not sat down with all of the organizations. And what I'm
No, I was just simply
what I'm saying to
commenting.
you is that we should be more mindful and we should take a different approach. If you have not yet sit down with those organizations, it would be important that you do at least try to identify who those are, even outside of your reach and your sphere of influence. There's others in the community that are connected to people that do this every work. I know because I'm out there with them.
And that is exactly what this initiative would do.
I'm going to.
I don't have the bandwidth to do what you're asking me to do. And which is why, and nor does Public Works,
I'm not asking you to do it
nor does the
yourself.
police
I'm not
department.
asking you to do it.
So what I am saying is we need subject experts to be able to coordinate all of our neighborhood subject experts so that we are working in the same direction. I am not in any way indicating that we don't have people who have the knowledge of their own communities, but we still have to have a coordinated effort, and we have to have actual human capital that is dedicated to working with those neighborhood experts. And that's part of what this initiative is for. We don't have the human capital to coordinate. That's why we are asking an outside firm to do that work for us.
What does it take to coordinate?
A lot of time.
I'm going to jump in here.
Please help me.
Well, I'm going to suggest maybe I'd like to set up a conversation kind of outside of this chamber to talk further about this and understand, Commissioner, your perspective and kind of where Director Sharp where this has come from. She's been working with an internal team, a working group around illegal dumping that's been working on this. So that's what I would like to suggest where we take this.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And the only reason I ask is because I would appreciate that before we get here, we have a conversation about it. Because this is a serious matter. This is a very serious matter. And here in District 1 in the northeastern area, a lot of pollution and dumping that happens over there, right? And so I'm on the front line every single day not trying to figure out, identifying the people, whether it's in our organization, the UG, or the outside of here, who can give us the bandwidth and capacity. I'm not just settling for we don't have it. I am now going outside of what we have here or don't have and identifying those people. And some of them sit in the audience right now, so you don't have to go far. But what I'm saying is that I would have loved to have a conversation first to connect with the work that we're already doing. So then I could say to you, Director, hey, by the way, we have a coordinator, a community organizer that's doing work every day, right? That's all I'm saying. So again, to you, ACA House, thank you for that conversation that we will have afterwards. But before this comes to the committee, I would like to be in on the conversation on where we can identify and reallocate funds where we could better use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. And these items were placed on the agenda prior to particularly the mentioning of this particular program. I do think that as we have updates, we can make sure we have this item frequently update us on just what the status is. I also think there's a question of should there be a pre-selected firm, or, you know, let's put this out for bid and let's see who has the qualifications for what we're looking for. That way it can be a competitive process to get access.
Right. That's why we're asking for the NOFO.
Gotcha.
We're asking to go out and see
Or so
competitive.
local folks could apply.
Absolutely.
These dollars. It's not,
Absolutely.
you had given us the example of Wichita as an example. We're not choosing the city of Wichita or the firm that they selected. This is just saying, here's the opportunity.
Absolutely. This is what that kind of program might look like. Here's an example.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we had brought some clarity to this, but yes, please, I do encourage having those conversations because there's a lot of exciting stuff that's happening. All right. Okay. We're going to move to our next item, which is an update on SB 418. Thank you so much, staff. Thank you so much, Director Sharp. Really appreciate the work that's going on. This item is for information only. Again, it's just an update on what's happening in the legislature. And this should be, I don't know if there's a presentation, but for SB 418. I know we have the building codes up right now, but we are not discussing that right now. That is next.
Well, I can go ahead and start out. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Alyssa Marcy. I am the long-range planner in the planning department, and I'm accompanied by some of my colleagues tonight. So we're going to provide you an overview of Senate Bill 418, which was passed by the state this spring and officially took effect July 1 of this year, and what the implications are to our zoning code, as well as how this fits into our overall code update and maybe how it even can help expedite some of these changes. So I'm going to actually turn it over to Mike Farley with legal.
Hi, Mike Farley, legal counsel. So Senate Bill 418 is also known as the By Right Housing Development Act. Oh, we can go to the next slide. Thank you. By Right Housing Development Act, this was passed by the Kansas legislature as they identified it to address housing shortages and creating more affordability in the housing market by streamlining permitting. Obviously, there's a lot of different ways that we can address housing shortages. This is just one small way that the legislature has identified, and this is what they have on the books. So I'm going to walk through changes that, or well, first I'm going to walk through what is actually in the act itself, and then identify some changes and amendments that will need to be made to our code, namely the zoning code, maybe a little bit in the building code side, and also some other potential opportunities because of this new legislation. There are 5 main sections in the By Right Housing Development Act. The first one creates by right housing development. This is a special category of single-family, duplex, townhome, and ADUs that if they are basically in the correct zoning district, they are subject to a 30-day review from submission of the application to approval. There is also 60 and 90-day reviews that we'll talk about a little later. But this is, again, the legislature's way of putting limits on the review process and trying to speed things up when there really should be no discretion involved. This is what they identify as allowed by right. Second section. This one, we really don't have to go over too much if we don't need to, because it's for third-party reviewer and inspection options. This is something that a municipality actually has to opt into versus every other section of this act, which is going to apply to us, basically whether we like it or not. So we'll have a slide on this later on. If there's interest, we can talk about it. Otherwise, for the sake of time, we can get to some of the other what I think are bigger changes here. Section 3, there's going to be changes to how some single-family homes are constructed, especially those that are under 2,500 square feet. Again, we will talk about this in more detail, but the big thing I want to note is that houses of this size, 2,500 square feet or smaller, will now be allowed by right on 3,000 square foot lots. Again, this is coming from the state. This is nothing that we've done with our code, but we will probably need to address it in our zoning code. Section 4, there are going to be some changes to protest petitions for certain changes of zone to a single-family residential district. And again, I'll get in more detail at that slide. And then lastly, Section 5, that takes any residential use found in any zoning district and basically latches on a single-family residential use with that. And so I'll explain that more, but there could be a commercial district that has some sort of identified residential use. Now, state law says a single family home is also allowed there with certain provisions. All right, Section 1, the By Right Development Act. As I said, there's a 30-day process for any single family townhome, duplex, or ADU that already meets the zoning requirements and is not under one of the certain exemptions, such as being like in a historic district or in an identified floodplain. There's the 60-day deadline is if this housing development needs a plat, and the 90-day deadline is if that housing development has more than 40 units and needs a plat. Within this structure, there's also an ability for the city to create an appeals process for if an application is denied. The ultimate option is for them to appeal to district court, and the act talks about, the way that the court can review that. But reading between the lines, it would be important if there was a designated appeals process within the UG, and we are allowed to do that before it gets to district court. So certain things that we want to do here, we will have to adjust the meeting schedule for the platting process. As of right now, if a plat has to go to a public meeting, it takes more than 60 days. And that's a combination of existing state law that has certain noticing requirements, as well as the fact that our city planning commission only meets once a month. And so you're going to have a whole batch every month of plats instead of something that just comes through and is circulated on a 60-day rotation. So that's something we'll need to address. And as well, ADUs come up here, as Alyssa is going to talk about later. We really don't have anything by the way of ADUs in our code. That's probably another area that we're going to need to address. Third-party review. I believe that the legislature put this in for smaller communities that might get overwhelmed by new housing applications that come in upon the passage of this bill. Really, it kind of allows them to reach out to other cities to help with the review process and later on the inspection process. Again, this is something that a city or a county can opt into. And so later on, we can get more detail about that, but just so you know that we do have options if we feel like that the 30-day review process or inspection process is going to be too strenuous. Looking here at single-family construction standards. So again, there are going to be some changes for single-family homes that have a habitable area of 2,500 square feet or less. The first thing is that they will need to follow the 2018 International Residential Code. Now, the good news is we already have that on the books. That is already what building inspections follows right now. It's an amended version, and that is allowed by law, even by SB 418. However, some other changes are a house of this size can have a one-car garage. Now, I assume what they mean in the bill here is you cannot require a two-car garage. You can simply require one car, but it just says you're allowed to have a one-car garage. Additionally, you can have only one side of architectural finish. That's the first time the term architectural finish has shown up in the Kansas statutes. So what they actually mean by that, we'll figure out. But another area that's very clear is the minimum lot size for a house of 2,500 square feet or less is 3,000 square feet. To give you an idea, R1B is I'd say our most permissive residential lot at this point. It only has a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. So we're talking only 60% of what we currently have on the books. That is allowed by state law now in these circumstances. So implications, as I mentioned before, we already have IRC on the books, and actually one-car garage is probably not a big deal because all of our single-family districts only require up to one covered parking space. So you build a one-car garage, as long as you provide another space on the driveway, it's still within our code and it still meets SB 418. We might have some conflicts with the one-side architectural finish because there are, no longer in our comprehensive plan, but in some area plans, there are residential design guidelines that this might conflict with. Obviously, state law is going to supersede. So there's just some things that we may not be able to do anymore. We might have to adjust. The largest effect here is going to be this minimum lot size. And that was something that we can talk about and might be bringing forward a zoning code amendment that gets us into compliance. Otherwise, state law is going to apply anyways. So if someone wanted to come in and say, I have a 3,000 square foot lot here, I'm meeting all the setbacks, and I want to build this house under this code, they now could. Additionally, there were some changes made to the protest petition process related to rezoning. So now if a non-city or non-county initiated rezoning occurs, so basically this is probably going to be if the property owner, or someone they hire wants to rezone to what is defined as a single-family residential district. Again, that's the exact term they're using. It's not quite clear what exactly that applies to or how broad that is. I looked at our code today and we at least have two single-family residential districts, R1 and R1B. We could certainly have a lot more depending on where single-family zoning even exclusively is allowed. So that's a little something that we're going to be, that we'll continue to look into and see what those parameters are. But if anyone wants to rezone to that, they do not have to provide written notice anymore to their neighbors, the neighbors that are typically within 2,000 feet within the city, 1,000 feet within the county, and are also exempt from any protest petition. Basically what this means for commissioners is that when a rezoning comes before the board, there's only two different votes or two different thresholds that have to be met now. One would be the normal approval that would take a simple majority of 6 votes, or a remand would take 6 votes. Otherwise, to override the planning commission, it would only be 8. So in these particular circumstances, protest petition would not apply, and there would be no 9-vote threshold. Lastly, as we call this by right single family incorporation. So what this is going to be if there is there's any zoning district that allows for any sort of residential use, it is now assumed that a single family residence is allowed by right there. So for the most part, this is what we already have in the zoning code. So anything in R1 is also allowed in R2, and anything in R2 is allowed in R3, and it kind of telescopes its way up. One area that I did identify that we will need to make a zoning amendment to get in compliance is the C0 non-retail commercial district. This is, typically meant to be like offices for, CPAs, lawyers, doctors, things like that. It specifically identifies single family and duplex uses as not being allowed in the C0 district. So that conflicts with SB 418. So we'd have to make that change. Otherwise, we're actually pretty much in compliance already. There's probably a couple other areas in the code we might want to clarify, but that's the big one I identified. So I know I threw a lot at you, and really what it comes down to is there's a couple things we do need to change, the required amendments because of conflicting law, and then some other considerations I want to highlight as well. So the changes that will be coming forward here soon would be a change to the public planning process when it comes to plats. And again, this is just because the way our planning process works right now, an applicant can submit an application nearly a month before the actual deadline. There's another month that staff needs to review the application, create a staff report. At the same time, there's at least a 20-day period that for the meeting that needs to be noticed. And so we have some, basically 3 weeks built in there. And because the City Planning Commission only meets once a month, as well as working in a couple other days to make sure that everything's on the agenda, it's going to come out to more than 60 days, especially in a bad scenario. And it could be more than 90 days as well. And so for these larger subdivisions that would have more than 40 units, right now our code just isn't going to be compliant, or there might be a scenario where it's not compliant. So my suggestion would be some sort of bifurcated system where we continue with the plat process as is, and then say, okay, if there's an exemption that falls in under 418, now we pull it out and we have to expedite it in some sort of way. As well, we need to address residential minimum lot sizes, again, to get in compliance with that 3,000 square foot minimum, especially as it applies to mid-size to smaller houses. And then I would say as well, we really should be defining residential uses in order to make sure that it's clear where a single family home is allowed in a non-residential district. Other considerations, I think we should be looking at some sort of internal appeals process. Again, what we have right now will work for the moment, but I think because the by right housing is going to affect both the planning department and the building inspections division, I think we should probably have some sort of cross-departmental appeals process before things have to get kicked over into district court. And hopefully we're just, figuring most things out there. And lastly, to kind of segue into the next section, we do need to have some sort of ADU, or it'd be very, very good if we had some sort of ADU ordinance in order to make sure that not only we're in compliance, but also working within the spirit of SB 418 to help with housing development in Wyandotte County. So I'm going to hand this off to Alyssa.
Thanks, Mike. Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. So I'm just going to focus in a little bit on a specific issue, which is accessory dwelling units, as Mike had mentioned. But just kind of as a reminder from a policy perspective, Senate Bill 418 actually aligns with a lot of our other policies. So in Plan KCK, we have identified where we have a need for housing of all types. Our community health improvement plan specifically has a commitment to housing choice, which includes things like duplexes, includes things like ADUs. That's also reflected in our Community for All Ages effort, which Commissioner Bynum has spearheaded, especially as an opportunity for those who are aging to have a place to live affordably and stay in their communities. And again, part of our zoning code update also included a very specific housing constraints analysis in which we identified specific barriers to why we are not able to build different types of housing as easily. I did also want to mention, you'll see that Home Plus One logo on the right-hand side. If anyone's interested, our Mid-America Regional Council is currently hosting an ADU design competition for the region to try to really promote ADUs as a housing choice option. So just so we're all on the same page about what an accessory dwelling unit can do, is it's really a place for, multi-generational living, whether that's, considered your granny flat, your mother-in-law suite, maybe you have a college student who hasn't quite moved out yet. But it's an opportunity to fill part of that missing middle housing gap in Wyandotte County. And the other thing that we'll talk about in depth here too is that they can look like different things. And that's one of the things that this Senate bill doesn't define. So it says that ADUs are allowed by right. It doesn't actually define what an ADU is. So that graphic you'll see on the right, that was from our housing constraints analysis. And that just shows a couple of different options for what ADUs could look like. It could be part of a basement conversion, could be detached, could be above a garage, it could be an attached garage, so on and so forth. So how can we ensure that we're allowing enough flexibility so that these types of ADUs can be built in our communities? So just quickly, just where we are currently. So the reality is that we only allow ADUs in KCK if it's built, a new build that uses the narrow lot design guideline standards. That is the only circumstance in which they are allowed, period. We have had a lot of challenges over the past, and I could look up the numbers of how many times we've had folks build an ADU of some type and then have to go to our Board of Zoning Appeals only to be told that they had to get rid of it. We have not had an ability to do that. I will also say that our code also currently doesn't really define ADUs other than something that is not a primary structure, but is a unit over a garage on the same lot as a primary residence. So again, limiting the types of ADUs we can actually have. In this case, we currently allow them as part of a garage only. So the benefits of ADUs, I think it's, again, it's another housing choice option. For some, it's financial stability, not only in maybe a decreased cost of living, but also as passive rental income for some folks. And again, it's very commonly seen as a place for those to age in place. According to ARP, nearly 70% of adults 50 plus would live in an ADU to live closer to someone or build an ADU to house a caregiver. And what you'll see on the right-hand side, those two photos. So this is actually a house that's around the corner from where I live in Rosedale. In the top right photo, that is the house itself. You can kind of see in the driveway, there's a little garage in the back. And then behind that, on the bottom photo, they converted a barn, a former barn, to an accessory dwelling unit. It all looks very nice. So in the process of trying to sell this home, once all of these renovations were done, the real estate agent found that they had converted the garage to an ADU, came to us, and we had to tell them you can't use it as one. It's not a brand new construction. It's not using aero design guidelines. We can't tell you. And the people that were interested in buying this home was an older couple that had a relative that had some medical concerns, and he wanted to be close enough to have his own space but still have support. So these are circumstances we hear all the time. I will also say to one of our planners today, ever since SB 418 took effect July 1, just in the last week, she's had 8 people call asking, how can I put in an ADU? What are the standards? And right now, we currently don't have any. So even though this is information only, we do have a draft ADU ordinance for you. And it's something we can bring forth in front of you again. But essentially what it does is it defines an ADU. Our current definition is only related to it as part of a garage. And the definition we're proposing is to be a little bit broader. So it will be a secondary unit that may have on the same lot as a primary unit and may have a separate kitchen, bathroom, and entrance. We also broadly define what it could be. Again, is it an interior ADU? Is this a basement conversion, an attic conversion? Is it attached, like it's an addition to the primary unit, or an attached garage? Is it detached, like that barn was? Is it some other kind of conversion? So in our draft ADU ordinance, essentially, we give it the definition that it needs. And we're also giving it the flexibility so that we're not limiting people. I think especially in KCK, we have a lot of strangely shaped parcels that tend to be very narrow. So how can we give people the flexibility to be able to build this type of housing? There's also some standards in there for height and so on, but again, just trying to make it as permissible as possible, seeing as we do have to adhere to the state law, but we also need to give people a path forward to understand what they can do. So I think that is it for our presentation. Oh, next steps. Yeah, sorry. I forgot there was one more. So moving forward, again, internally, we're going to work on what are some of those tweaks more broadly that Mike had mentioned about SB 418. We would like to be able to move forward with the ADU ordinance to adopt that soon, if possible, maybe even in September. But again, looking for feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, this is for information only. Let's do public comment first, and then we'll get to committee discussion if there is any. Clerk, do we have any comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are a hand raised online. Eva Garcia Mesa. You can unmute, state your name and residency for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. So I do have a question or kind of some feedback or perspective. So I appreciate the legislature's efforts to address Kansas's housing shortage. However, with that said, I'm concerned that this bill shifts too much decision-making away from the public by requiring an immediate administrative approval of qualifying developments. The bill reduces opportunities for residents to participate in discussions about projects that may directly impact their neighborhoods. Already, many members of this community have expressed many concerns over the changed and reduced public comment dynamic that was implemented under this current administration here locally. So those concerns were on full display tonight during the mid-station project discussion, and whether that needs to be rehashed, I'm not going to go in there, but I do want to just reiterate, while the commission is here to represent the constituents of each district, it is equally important that the constituents retain meaningful opportunities to speak for themselves, and public hearings provide that important forum so that we can raise site-specific concerns such as infrastructure, traffic, drainage, things that you may not be able to account for just by looking at the projects on paper. So while it's important to address the need for housing as an important goal, I don't think we should do that at the expense of meaningful public engagement or local transparency in the development process. And then kind of to piggyback off of that, I'd like to get some clarification on if this, not if, because we have to stay in alignment with the authority of the government, but what discretion does the UG retain in implementing this bill? Like specifically, how do you establish objective development standards or require infrastructure improvements or address site-specific concerns
1 minute remaining.
while preserving the opportunities for meaningful public input and remain in compliant with state law? I guess I just want to understand where local discretion begins and ends. And I think that kind of gives the residents a better understanding of how this legislation will affect the future development in our community. Thank you.
Clerk, do we have any other hands raised online?
Yes, next we have Karen Scheibe. You can unmute, state your name and residency. You have 3 minutes.
Karen Scheibe, Kansas City, Kansas. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to go down a little bit different track on this. So when I think about the need for housing, and I love the tiny homes, I love, doing some homes on slabs. That's kind of what we're needing to do. But as we enter in this new way of thinking about housing, I think about disasters. So I just want to make sure that we're being thoughtful and mindful for the communities that live in these spaces to have defined areas that they can go to when is some type of disaster that approaches. So that's the only thing I want to add to the conversation, and I thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised online.
Yeah, for the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one is approaching. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay, this item is for information only. There were 2 questions, or I'm going to kind of bundle them into 2 questions. One, there's a question about discretion and how the unified government would implement SB 418. Can someone from staff speak to what our discretion is?
I can speak. Mike Farley, legal counsel. There still is a wide berth of discretion that the unified government would have. I first want to reiterate that the way this act, the way it defines by right housing development, it is as broad as it seems in some ways. It is actually very narrow. Again, this is only if these select housing typologies already comply with the zoning districts that they are proposed to be in. Now, there is some expansion of what districts they can be in, but if there is a change of zone needed, if there is any sort of variance needed, even for a setback, technically, even if there's a plat that has to go through, that all kicks it into the public process. And in the case of the change of zone or variance, it actually removes it from this by right group. So it would not put it on this 30-day track. It still goes through the public process where public comment can be given at the planning commission meeting, can be given to staff as the staff report's being developed, and can be, and for the most part, can be given at the neighborhood meetings that are still required by our ordinance. Additionally, the act does address, does say that performance standards are one of the many things that are still allowed, even in the portion of the bill where single-family housing is allowed by right in any district that has any sort of residential use. And again, I would imagine that the intention there was to make sure that there are still appropriate standards applied to a single-family house. Whether that's development performance, anything from utilities, making sure, that there's future provisions for future roads. I mean, they go through a lot of different items that are still allowed. It's not just pulling a single family home and plopping it in, potentially a commercial district and just saying, okay, those standards apply. There is they could, but there's a wide discretion that the city still has and implementing those type of performance standards.
Thank you. The second question, and again, I'm kind of summarizing, was kind of the weather readiness and kind of the resilience to storms and other climate activity. Just staff speak to that as well.
Sure, Alyssa Marcy. I think that will probably be a great question for our building inspections. Again, a lot of the storm preparation has to do with your building standards and what your international residential codes and those types of things say. There are even amendments to the 2018 IRC that can be adapted depending on what the needs are too. So I think in terms of resiliency, you're looking at the bones of how these homes are built, which is not necessarily a planning thing though. However, we would have a hand in say like, site design, obviously review everything in a floodplain, those types of things still, apply.
And just to make sure, because again, we're talking about SB 418, so I don't want to take us on on a ride somewhere. But in regards to SB 418, you're saying there's not really much of an impact. It doesn't speak to the weather readiness or the resilience of what's built. This is more of the process of how homes are built, particularly for single family and ADUs. Do I have that correct? Okay, because we will hear from buildings and inspections and NRC after this item. So folks that have questions about that, just wait about 5 minutes. Okay, this item is for information only. Committee, I do have one question, but I wanted to see if there were other questions. Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. I have a quick question about the shipping container aspect of it. And this is a creative approach that we're taking by our standards, very creative. And I appreciate that because it's moving things forward. But I'd like to know about the shipping containers and where are we on that?
Great question, Alyssa Planning. So you're, I guess, really jumping ahead to the next kind of part of this conversation, which is as we rewrite the zoning code, this bill sort of forced us to talk about ADUs, right? Because it already happened and was adopted and has taken effect. But even the hint of what Mike was talking about with the minimum square footage and that type of thing, and that's the next on our list. As we go into that housing conversation, what else can we allow for that we don't currently allow for? And shipping containers is on that list.
Thank you for sharing that. ADU versus a granny flat. Is that just square footage that makes it? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's honestly, I think people's colloquial way of calling certain things. I think even in our narrow lot design guidelines, it considers ADUs granny flats, and that's just how they called them at the time that it was written. But I think the way this draft ordinance is written is it could be a granny flat, but it could also be so many other things.
Okay.
So
I know that was the last thing, but this truly is the last thing. So we have a community, Home Inc.'s community. I don't know if you're all familiar with it. That community is made up of granny flats, as I see them. And so when I think about the current status of the code of ADU and then those already existing years prior, just getting a better understanding of not just Home Inc., but others that just have granny flats, just the difference between granny flat and ADU. And there is really no difference outside of structural difference, square footage difference.
Alyssa Planning. So really the difference, and I'd have to look at it because if you're thinking, or did you say Eden Village? Is that what you're talking about? Or
Inc.
Oh, okay. So really the marker of an accessory dwelling unit is that it's an accessory to a primary home. That's the only difference, really.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Let me ask just a quick question. So this 30-day review is pretty aggressive. There is a third-party option. And I don't know if this is a question for the NRC or a question for you all, but I'm wondering, can we keep up with this or do we need to just prepare for third-party reviews in part because that is fast, and it's my understanding that we do not move that quickly to approve those particular plans, really for anything, if I'm being honest. And so I don't know if there's been discussions about that, but my question is, A, can we abide by this law within our current staff capacity? And B, if we need to entertain third-party reviewers, what is that process, or have we even established that process?
I can
Go ahead.
answer a little bit of that. Mike Farley, legal counsel. I could at least talk to the process. So for third-party reviewers, there are basically three options. The reviewer can be a eligible reviewer within the department that's already reviewing. Why they had to codify that, I don't know, because I think you just say, hey, if the workload's too tough, we just shift it around to someone else that can review it, but it's there. Additionally, reviewer or similar reviewers from other municipalities can be brought in as well. And so this is where we would need to start making a list, whether it's identifying the municipality itself, departments within certain municipalities that are, I mean, because not every department is going to be the exact same in terms of what they cover, but identifying ones that are like for like or have, similar credentials, something like that. Again, it's a list that the UG can create. And then lastly, there are what I call kind of complete third party, and that would be anyone who has a professional engineering license in the state of Kansas could also be eligible as well. The same goes for the inspectors. Again, we could be looking at other municipalities that have similarly credentialed inspectors in similar roles as in our departments, EEs in Kansas. And then additionally, anyone that is certified by the International Code Council. So that's a little different from the reviewers. As to the capacity, again, I will defer to the NRC or see if Alyssa has anything on that.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to add really is I think this probably falls very heavily on our NRC colleagues. I think planning is currently rebuilding and our capacity will be growing, but we have a backlog, and yes, we could always use more staff. So I think as we navigate this process, we'll have a better answer for that.
Awesome. We'll definitely be monitoring. Okay. Committee, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair Pacheco, District 5. Really quick, whoever can answer it. Would it just be if somebody builds an ADU, would that just add value to that home? And then it would just be property taxes would go up accordingly, correct, on that home? That's how that works. It's not its own separate residential property tax or anything like that.
Correct. It's one property.
One property. Okay. And so then I just want to make the broader point. I think it's important for the community to understand, I think it was in our last full commission meeting, maybe the one before, I'm starting to lose track of them, but we talked about one of the reasons that it's so difficult for us to contain our costs as a county is because we have less density than a lot of other places, right? So when we increase our density with like an extra dwelling on the same property, not only are we increasing density, but what that does is means, services go to the same spot instead of multiple spots, potentially, if you have, multiple generations of a family living on one area. Same thing with the utility usage and all the things that go with an extra dwelling in another part of the city, potentially, right? So if these things are kind of stacking on each other, and all of a sudden we have an opportunity for greater density. So I just want the greater public to know that that's why, and at least just speaking for myself, that's why I see this as a potential positive. I think it's probably why the legislature moved towards it, and for a couple different reasons. But I think it's something that we should definitely lean into because we definitely have a density issue, not just housing density, but just actually where people are physically located. And it increases our service costs, it increases our street maintenance costs and other things. So when we talk about savings to the county, this is at least one piece of the puzzle that I think could at least help a little bit. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to transition to the NRC, and I do see that there is, it's information only item. So I am going to ask staff to shrink their presentation because this is an information only item regarding the changes for the building codes. And so if we could do this in 10 minutes, that way we can get to our patient folks that are waiting for the land bank, that would be fantastic. All right. Again, the rest of the presentation, which is great information, is on here. Just given the hour, we don't need the whole 17 slides. So if you all can just give us some of the major highlights, that would be more than efficient.
Okay, well, there is 16 slides. The last one says thank you.
Well, I was including that one as well.
All right. We're here today to request committee input and authorization to proceed with adoption of new international building codes, okay? The purpose of the code update modernizes construction and safety codes while ensuring clarity and consistent enforcement for builders, designers, community, and inspection staff, okay? We intend to and would like permission to move forward with the adoption of the International Building Code and the existing building codes. We also are going to transition from the Uniform Plumbing Code to the International Plumbing Code. And this is the first time adoption of the International Plumbing Code. With exception, it has been in the IRC since we adopted the International Residential Code in 2003. We're just going to start using it on commercial properties now. Mechanical and electrical codes do not change very much. We are going to the 24 mechanical code and then the 2023 National Electrical Code. The codes recommended unchanged is the 2018 International Residential Code and the 2018 International Energy Code. Pretty much because I think the adoption of those codes would really increase review times and make it even harder than it's going to be to meet the 30-day criteria of SB 418. Go to page 5. The 2024 IBC applies to all buildings except detached 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses up to 3 stories. So those are governed by the International Residential Code. Enhanced, screen 5, I think. There are enhanced safety standards, stronger fire safety, revised healthcare risk categories, improved tornado resident design requirements. And to answer the question from the previous meeting, after the tornado in 2003, I think we were the first city to start requiring storm shelters in senior living facilities. And then after that, we proceeded and started requiring storm shelters in all new construction involving residential construction. So we do require storm shelters now for new construction. Go to next page. The
2024 IBC includes lithium battery protection, which is, charging stations and we're looking at some plans right now with robotic storage facilities, and those use lithium. So there are new guidelines for lithium battery use and storage. Healthcare occupant standards are increasing for hospitals and nursing homes. They're now classified as a high risk and required enhanced structural design for wind and tornado resistance. And there are new tornado loading provisions, okay, that protect against the severe storms. Steel chapter updates, chapter 22 reorganized to include stainless steel, cold form steel profiles, and metal building system requirements. And then there are also additional expanded fire safety requirements for storage occupancies and enhanced firewall separation, including exterior wall and parapet continuity. Multiple roof egress options. An egress is required from rooftop facilities like, a rooftop bar or something where the roof is actually occupied. You have to have egress off the roof now, same as you would in any other story of the building. There are requirements now in the family restroom facilities in commercial buildings that they now are going to include an adult changing station in addition to a child changing station, the way they were previously constructed. Carbon monoxide detectors are going to be mandatory in all occupancies with carbon monoxide producing devices such as a gas furnace or a gas water heater or stove, or even if you have an attached garage, you would have to have the carbon monoxide detectors throughout. The IEBC, International Existing Building Code, encourage the use and reuse of existing and historic buildings by simplifying renovation and upgrade processes. It gives you more flexible standards. IEBC offers flexibility, safety requirements, enabling renovations without demanding full compliance with IBC for new construction, okay? Enhanced renovation safety provides a safer, more comprehensive framework for renovations focusing heavily on combustible materials. I'm trying to kind of look ahead and see what pages I can delete from this. Go to 11, 2018. Okay. We will transition smoothly to the IPC from the Uniform Plumbing Code. The IPC involves minimal changes. Inspectors and engineers are already familiar with the standards. Most of the engineers and inspectors take tests that are over the IPC now, and you very rarely see anything from UPC as far as testing. For the first time, we're going to adopt the International Fuel Gas Code. It was previously incorporated in the Uniform Plumbing Code, but it is not in the IPC, so we're going to have to adopt the Fuel Gas Code for the first time. I don't expect too many complications transitioning to the 23rd National Electrical Code. There are some updates in energy code that we do like to keep up with. For example, sustainable energy, which would be rooftop photovoltaic assemblies or wind turbines or that sort of stuff. There are new codes for those all the time, and as you update, it's good to keep up with them. Okay. Okay.
Let's jump to the fire codes
Fire code.
for us to finish out. Yeah.
Go there. Okay, 2024 International Fire Code and Life Safety Code adoptions. The state of Kansas is currently in the process of moving from the 2006 International Fire Code to the 2024 International Fire Code and the Life Safety Code. The UG cannot be any less restrictive than the state of Kansas. We are waiting to see what the final amendments are to the state adoption to prevent the current review process of comparing two different code sets, okay? This can also cause significant delay in plan reviews. Then we have some other changes to be continued. Chapter 4, emergency planning. Again, it incorporates new rules and regulations for lithium storage facilities and chargers. Existing buildings was added for lithium battery storage. It shall provide early detection and induce of failure analysis and plan of corrective action. Chapter 12, lead acid and nicadmium have been exempted from many requirements, now address energy storage systems. So the photovoltaic with storage batteries and would have additional protection requirements now. Also, it would add fire, heat, and smoke detection in garages within dwelling units. The Heart of America Fire Prevention Group has had to develop an additional section in the IFC to address electric vehicle charging stations, and that's the end. We do have some other facts and information available after the presentation.
Yes. For the appendix,
Mhm.
assuming. Awesome. Well, committee and for the public, this is something, again, that's really important and is going to impact what will be required to build structures in Wyandotte County. So we do ask folks to review this, and at the time that's needed for us to come and make the decision and adopt the ordinance, this kind of gives a primer for this committee to be prepared for that. So do take a look at this on your spare time. I do want to get the public comment out of the way, and then we will move forward with the land bank unless there are some questions from the committee. Clerk, do we have any comments online for this item?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There is a hand raised. Karen Scheibe. Please unmute. You have 3 minutes. State your name and residency for the record.
I'm Karen Scheibe, Kansas City, Kansas. I'll say this really quick. I trust our commissioners will pay attention to one of the items I did notice in that code was sprinkler systems for lithium ion batteries. I think we have to be careful using water on those because the toxic runoff is not good. In some states that have cars with lithium ion, they have actual covers they put over them. So I trust they're smart enough to look into that and just verify those kinds of things. The other thing is I still think of things like Eden Village. I just think of the people who live there and don't know if those are built to those codes to sustain storms. And if not, we just need to make sure there's a place they know to go to that's safe. And I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay. For the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, again, this is for information only. There was a comment about lithium ion batteries and the sprinkler system. I do see our fire marshal is here. So I'd like for you just to speak to that and kind of how the change in our code can address that particular concern.
So the 24 codes are very far behind where technology is today. NFPA is coming out with a standard next year, actually. It's in the 800s about lithium ion batteries, and it's probably going to already be outdated when it comes out. So one of the things I'm going to request an amendment when you guys adopt this is that any future standards regarding lithium ion batteries and protection do not get grandfathered out, that those existing structures, businesses, whatever you guys feel like, a year, 15 months, maybe less to comply with current standards just because that technology is just exploding and nobody's caught up with it. So I'll leave it there. We actually wrote, I think it showed in the slide, there were 8 members of us on the HOA Fire Prevention Committee that basically wrote an additional chapter to the fire code that NFPA is actually interested in dealing with vehicle charging stations in parking garages, specifically ones under residentials. So like Legends 267, the new one out there, Phase 3. We're really concerned when somebody wants to charge an electric vehicle in wood constructed buildings, because once those things cook off, they're going to burn for 4 or 5 hours. Very hot, it's going to spread. Sprinkler systems are not real effective at putting it out. So that's where most of our amendments are going to come from in that area.
Thank you so much. Okay, committee, this item is for information only. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you so much to our staff from the NRC and from the fire department for this item. Again, they did kind of a primer, and so if you are really, really passionate about this, you can go through all 30 slides and go ahead and nerd out. And again, when this item comes back for consideration for a vote, that'll give some time for us to digest. Thank you all so much. We will transition to our last items for the night, which is our land bank. And I know there are folks that have been waiting patiently for us to get here. So we do appreciate your longevity and patience with us as we get through these items. Okay, I do see Mr. Knapp and Mr. Sutton here, so you all can take it away. We are at number 4, which are the items with no opposition. Please do inform us if there are any changes that we need to know, and then, as usual, you can go through and present using the address. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. We are just waiting to get moved to panel. All right, thank you again. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. We do not have any changes to the agenda as presented. I will go ahead and get started. Item A1, 3236 North 42nd Terrace. Item A2, 3052 North 31st Street. Item A3, 800 North Stewart Avenue, 804 North Stewart Avenue, 808 North Stewart Avenue, 752 Stewart Avenue, 750 Stewart Avenue, and 748 Stewart Avenue. Item A4, 1977 Parallel Avenue, 2009 North 22nd Street, 2003 North 22nd Street, 2001 North 22nd Street. Item A5, 1047 Riverview Avenue, 1051 Riverview Avenue, 1053 Riverview Avenue. Item A6, 4029 Silver Avenue. Item A7, 2811 South 28th Street. Item A8, 230 Springfield Avenue, 2038 Springfield Avenue, 2036 Springfield Avenue. Item A9, 646 Seminary Street. Item A10, 4600 Leavenworth Road, 3228 North 46th Street. A11, 2411 North 51st Street. A12, 3560 North 56th Terrace. A13, 2921 North 56th Street. A14, 2937 Delavon Avenue. That concludes the single-family homes. All the A items. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's also do the B and C because there's only 3 items.
Got it. Understood. Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. The one multifamily project we have is item B1. This is at 1959 North 12th Street and 1957 North 12th Street. Item C1, this is one of 2 commercials we have, but this one is 3119 Strong Avenue and 1419 South 32nd Street. And the final commercial, item C2, 1916 North 7th Street, 1914 North 7th Street, 1910 North 7th Street, and 1908 North 7th Street. Thank you.
Okay, again, committee, since these items all did not have any opposition from the Land Bank Advisory Board, that's why I asked that we put them all together. Clerk, did we receive any comments for these items?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There is no hands raised online.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Again, there's no opposition, but if you have any questions or any comments, now would be the time. Let the record show no one has approached. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, are there any comments or is there a motion?
Stites, motion to approve is submitted.
I'll go ahead and second that motion. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Stites,
Aye.
Checo,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay. Property transfers.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. Item PT1, 1009 Walker Avenue, 1013 Walker Avenue, 1015 Walker Avenue. PT2, 1129 South 40th Street, 3912 Argentine Boulevard. PT 110 South Cherokee Street. PT 858 Oroville Avenue. PT 3435 Barnett Avenue. PT 345 North Valley Street. PT 230 North Early Street. PT 338 North 32nd Street. And PT 1206 New Jersey Avenue. And this concludes all of our consent items for property transfers. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any comments for those items that were just presented?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
I don't see any hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, are there any questions or is there a motion?
Motion to approve, Pacheco.
Okay. All right. There was a motion and a motion by Commissioner Pacheco, a second by Commissioner Howard to approve all the items for the property transfers that do not have opposition. Clerk, you can get the roll.
Roll call: Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, home stretch. We have one item with opposition. This is a property transfer at 1709 North 26th Street. Mr. Sutton can give us some context here.
Yes, I'd be happy to, Commissioner Davis. Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. So this item, WOPT 11, actually came before you all at the last NCD. This applicant, let me click on it so we can show it. This applicant is requesting a hold for 1709. They currently own the house at 1703, but there was some discussion on if it was going to be fit for them to move into. This was actually a recommendation after the application was seen by staff internally and legal. And at the last meeting, you asked for a specific update on the house, and I was able to get that from our building inspections team. They stated the house had a fire. I believe it is currently still boarded and unfit, and they did send pictures to verify that. There is an active residential remodel permit on file, but they have only had footing inspection done so far. That inspection was approved on June 12th. They appear to be doing everything they need to do, but they still have a ways to go. The applicant also sent me a copy of that building permit, or that residential permit, so they are actively working towards it. We just not quite sure what to do with it being a hold, so thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to public comment, I want to make sure I'm understanding this. There's a hold request by the applicant. Currently, the unified government owns this property, correct?
The unified government still owns 1709, correct?
Okay, so this is owned by us, but they are wanting a hold. They're not, did we give them the option to look at an option or look at another?
So, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Because they own the house at 1703, and I apologize if I didn't make that clear.
You're fine.
They would like to eventually have that 1709 as a yard extension. But per our policy, for a yard extension, you must reside in the house that abuts the yard. And while they're in the process of getting ready to reside in that house, technically right now, they're still not residing in there. They still need to remodel the entire house essentially.
They don't live in 1703.
No,
They own the property of 1703,
that is correct.
but they do not live there. Okay, which is why they are wanting a hold for 1709.
That is correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for making, okay. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll close the public comment portion. Committee, questions regarding this particular item? I have more on just the route because we generally are trying to get away from holds. That's just my personal opinion. Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1, what is the upkeep been on the property?
When I reached out to staff, they said that the property, they didn't mention the property specifically. They only spoke to the house. But they did state that the applicant has been actively going through the process to get the house livable essentially again.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? So, oh, yes, Commissioner States.
Stites District 7. Do we have a time frame? Is the applicant that's wanting the hold, do we have a time frame on 1703?
A timeline on when 1703 will be completed? No, Commissioner Stites, I do not. I'd have to go back and double check with the applicant and then staff as well to see what they think the timeline is on that.
Okay. So how long is the hold for until our next meeting?
I believe the applicant was requesting 1 year.
Do we have, has there been any other interest?
As of earlier today, when I was going through the last set of applications, no, there has not been another application for 1709 North 26.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess where I'm thinking, if this is the long-term plan, what I don't want to deal with, we are having a hard time just working through holds right now. It is not our thing. It's not something that we do well. And I would hate for folks to point to this particular scenario and be like, oh, that's a way to do it. What I think would make more sense is if this person, if they can't do a yard extension, that they do some sort of garden or some sort of ag usage, that in the meantime, while they are repairing 1703, they have ownership of 1709, and we don't have to do the whole checking in on the hold and the UG owns it, but you have to take care of it type deal, because it just creates another headache. That's just where I'm at. I'm open to hearing what other folks have to say, but I'm not really interested in doing this because I can see where this can go south very, very quickly, and this is just one parcel. And so that's just where my head is at. Commissioner Pacheco?
Thank you, Chair Pacheco, District 5. I agree with you. I guess, how do we make that happen? What do we have to move? I don't know.
For them to do a garden, I would just have them put in a garden application, and as long as they got it in, I think, not quite sure when the next cutoff is, but if they got it in time, it would be on the very next meeting and just come forward to you as a garden application for your approval.
Okay. I mean, yeah, whatever the process is, I'd just say we do something like that to get it off of our hands and get it moving. Because if there's been no other interest, to Commissioner Stites' point, you might have another question, but then, let's help them move forward on it without doing the whole hold process, I think.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Howard District 1. I am kind of curious though, as I think about the current state when we talk about holds, and we have multiple holds where grass isn't being taken care of. We have garden extensions that gardens aren't being tended to. But my question is, if they don't have the means to actually do what needs to be done in the current house, how do we have room to extend to another lot and then ask for them to put in a garden request when they can't keep up the maintenance or rehab the house that they're currently trying to get into? That's a large project to take on. two projects in itself where they're gonna have to be there, the maintenance, the garden maintenance, and that's asking them to do a lot. So I'm not sure if that's actually helping them by granting them the yard extension, knowing that they don't have the means or resources to even get into the house. So that's where I'm at on it. I'm not in favor of extending it if they can't even get into the house.
Right, understood. And I think in this applicant's favor, they have been able to clarify or confirm that they are actively working with our building inspections team to go through and get the permits to get the house rehabbed. If it was a full burnout, it probably is gonna be a fairly decent sized rehab. And from the emails back and forth with the customer, not the customer, the applicant, they have stated that they have been maintaining that lot already. So just as an additional context to it, I don't know if I would clarify it as them not being able to take care of the house. I think that they're just really worried about somebody else coming and getting this lot from underneath them. But they are actively working on getting that rehab up. The update I got from building inspections was like the day after the previous meeting or previous NCD meeting. So possibly that they made even more progress now. That was roughly a month or so ago. But yeah, they want it just because they want that as part of their yard as well. And they're worried somebody else may come in and put in an application on it. So that was the impetus of the whole. The initial, I think from staff, the initial thought was, no, they're asking for a yard extension and this doesn't fit our policy. When we ran it through our internal staff feedback, both legal and NRC stated, well, hey, if they're working towards it, at least ask for a hold.
And I believe we've worked really hard on this. I take a step back and say not we. Prior administration has worked really hard on land bank policy. And what I've noticed over time is that we don't do good with following our process and policies. Kind of pick and choose what makes sense right that day. What I would like to get away from is picking and choosing when we make decisions, right? Picking and choosing when it makes sense. Community and picking and choosing when it makes sense for our government. Because there is no reason why we spend all these hours on this land bank policy trying to make sure these things don't happen, and then we get here and we discuss it, right? Knowing that behind closed doors, we don't want this to happen, right? So when we get here, we say we want to follow the land bank policy, we want to follow all of our policies, but then when we get here, we start doing things different. And I'm in favor of yard extensions and making sure our residents have what they need. I'm in favor of that, but again, at what point do we start following the work that we're doing every day? At what point do we start following our policies and procedures that legal and everyone else works hard to put together? So I'm just kind of confused that when we get here, we're having a discussion versus actually what's following what we do on a day-to-day basis. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think the question, well, everything up until this point is following policy. I think the question becomes, do we want to do the hold or not? But there was nothing that I've heard that would suggest that policy was not followed to get up until this point. That's kind of where I'm at. If we allow a hold, it's our discretion to allow a hold. If we say no to the hold, we say no, and that's fine. If there's a different option. But I didn't necessarily read this or hear something. Well, was there something specific, Commissioner Howard, that you're saying isn't following the policy that we should be aware of regarding this application?
So in the past, we haven't followed our policies, procedures. I know that to be true because we've admitted it on record. What I'm asking is, if there is confusion now about this, about if they can do a hold on it or an extension on it, where they're asking for a hold, but in our policy, it says that we can extend it. Is that a difference? The extension versus a hold, an option versus a hold?
Yes, there's a difference.
Okay, so they're asking for a hold, not an option?
Yes, they're asking for a hold. That's the request that we have.
Not an option.
No, they're not asking for an option.
Follow me. So since it's not an option, do we have a process for options?
Yes, laid
Or
out in our
or is it
policy.
just a yard, is that also required with the yard extension? Is that also a part of the option?
Well, that's a separate path. That's the option, yard extension, garden. Those are the three main buckets. But then as evident in some other areas, we do also rarely have holds as well.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that, again, when we look into the community and we see these overgrown vegetation, overgrown gardens from these extensions, I just want to make sure that we're following our policy. And if a hold is different from our option, then the verbiage is different. They're asking for a hold.
Technically, they would still have to follow the exact same as they would on an option. They're supposed to, if they, excuse me, if they get into an option agreement, they are required to maintain that lot over the course of the option agreement. And really, even after they get it done, because they'll still be subject to code, right? A hold is the exact same for the entire hold of the lot. They are responsible for the maintenance of it. That's how it's supposed to be. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes, well, Commissioner Stites has been waiting. But Council, did you have anything to add just regarding this
Yeah,
particular?
I was just going to explain the thought process behind telling them that they should request a hold or suggesting that the hold might be the way to go in this situation. But if you want to get to Commissioner Stites first, that's fine.
Yes, let's do Commissioner Stites first.
Oh, okay. Stites, District 7. Is there anything that prohibits them from getting putting in a garden request right now?
No, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. No, the reason we did not suggest that is because the intent behind the garden policy is that they would indeed put in a garden. And that was not ever going to be their intent to begin with. So it seemed like that would kind of be a false pretense, is if we told them we want you to apply for a garden and get that lot, knowing that they probably weren't going to be putting in a garden. That's why we didn't suggest that particular route. And that's why the hold was suggested, because as soon as they get in that house and live in the house, then they can convert the hold request to a yard extension, which would be the appropriate request under our policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I was not suggesting that staff not do what this community member, this applicant is wanting. What I'm saying is that if the long-term goal is ownership, has the suggestion or has the recommendation, has the conversation even been had for this particular applicant? So I know that there's a lot of discussion. What I would recommend is maybe we put this on hold. We hold the hold to our meeting on the 31st, allow staff to have more conversation with the applicant to figure out what their long-term plan is, and if a garden or another pathway to ownership would be possible. And if not, we just reconsider it on the 31st. So my motion will be for holding this item to our meeting on the 31st.
Second.
Thank you so much. Are there any other discussions? Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call: Stites,
Aye.
Checo,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, last item, and this one, again, is a little bit different, but it's aligned with our policy, and it's a land bank extension request. And so again, this applicant has had an opportunity to build, and there's been some things that has prevented them or gotten in the way from them getting their building permit and financing. So staff, please take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Item is X1, located at 5551 Leavenworth Road, 5563 Leavenworth Road, and 3003 North 56th Street. I have gotten in contact with this applicant and they stated that they would be attending this meeting to speak with you all directly to request this extension. I'm assuming they're and hoping they're online to do so.
Yes, the applicant is online. Mhm.
I was hoping as well.
Okay. Ashley Scott, please unmute.
Hello, Ashley Scott, KCK. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak tonight. I am actually requesting an extension for the parcels. We got done with our environmental study. We received notice the end of February, and our option expired, I believe, in April. Early part of April, which didn't allow us to meet our timeline. So we're asking for an extension if possible.
Thank you so much. Just for clarity, how long are you asking for your extension?
We're hoping to be able to at least clear ground as early as 2027, but it looks like that's not depending on us. It's actually depending on how fast we're done with the due diligence. We have a process that we're waiting to go and move forward with, depending on if we're granted an extension. That will be doing our final piece of due diligence through the community development with Ms. K. Sharp. So that will be our next step, and hopefully we can move forward. So we're looking hopefully no later than 2027 or 2028. And we're asking if you could possibly help us out with that, because we're wanting to move forward on things.
Gotcha. So you're looking for a 1 year, 2 year extension?
To be on the safe side, if we can do 2 year.
Okay.
If you could grant us that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hold tight in case there are additional questions. Let's do public comment. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay, there was a request for 2 years. There's due diligence that's currently taking place. We know environmental reviews can take a while. Commissioner Stites, I see your hand. Go for it.
Stites District 7. So if the option ran out in April, is that what I think I heard? What has happened May, June, July?
We have been actually waiting to go back in front of standing commission, and we're here today. We were trying to figure out if we were going to get that extension before moving forward on anything else.
So just to kind of, I mean, we've had meetings in May, June, and July. I mean, staff, can you, what has prohibited them from looking at or requesting the extension in those months?
Right, Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. By the time we realized, or by the time staff realized that their option had expired or was getting ready to expire, we were already pretty far in the month of May. And if I remember correctly, there was a mistake on my end. I told this applicant that we would get them on a June meeting, and then it just kept getting pushed back. And this was the soonest we could get them on in front of you all. So some of it was just not realizing that the option agreement had expired. And then the other part of it was just coordinating with staff to actually get this on a meeting. This wasn't really the applicant's doing, this was staff not moving as fast. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not looking for fault. I'm just looking for clarity as to what has slowed that up. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Yeah, Howard, District 1. I motion to approve the extension request.
Second.
Just to make, yeah, please.
Apologize.
Ms. Scott, you asked for the 2-year extension?
That's correct.
Okay, so within that 2-year extension, within a year, would you be able to update us?
Absolutely.
So I move to, well, we already motioned, right? So can I put in the parameters?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, but yes, please do.
I move to approve the extension for Ms. Scott with the 2-year extension.
Okay. And Commissioner Pacheco, there was a second. I just want to clarify, your second concurs with the 2-year. Okay. All right. There's a second for a 2-year extension on this option. Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Ms. Scott. I know you've been working. I remember when you applied for this and got it a few years ago, so I'm glad to see that there's still some progress. Committee, that is the end of our eventful night. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Howard, second.
All right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
All right, thank you all so much. Thank you to our staff. Thank you to the public. You all have a good night.